Good morning or afternoon for some of you. Maybe even evening. I don't know. Whatever it is, enjoy it. I'm Alternate Juror. We made it to Friday. I know you're all still kind of there. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe you're not. I give up. See you, Bree. Let me know how Benson is, please. Hello, Gabby, George, and everyone. I am Alternate Juror. I didn't boomer anything today. My goodness, got that called twice. I've not done it yet. Gabby called me that right before stream. I started my stream. My glasses are crooked. Dang, guys are harsh. Jeez. All right. Thanks to George. He told us about this trial that Judge Wolf is started yesterday. He's going to conclude it today. So we'll conclude it on Monday. So no spoilers. It is. If you read the description, you know what it is. It's a trial that is going to be, from just listening to opening statements, a very much a he said, she said situation. Hey, Stormy, what's up? It's good to see you. The alleged victim is going to testify in this. She has agreed to the court stream, but she will not be shown, and her husband is going to testify. I'm trying to think of the nicest way to put this. Apparently, her and her husband, her name is Tabitha. They say it, so I'm not like outing her in any way, shape, or form. Tabitha and Tyler are married. They're having a little campfire in their backyard. This all took place in September 11th of 2021. Hey, Roseanne, good morning. And then Tabitha's going to go inside and go to bed, and then because her younger child's going to go inside and sleep, their older child is going to stay outside with dad. The tent is set up, so they're gonna have a little camp out, in the backyard like you do. And at some point, the dad's friend, I think he goes by Dylan. His name is Lewis. I think Lewis Dylan Clary. Tyler calls him to come over. He doesn't come over. It's a very strange thing, but the wife apparently wakes up to him having relations with her, with Dylan having relations with her inside the house. And that's where things get fuzzy, because she says it wasn't consensual. He says it was. There's, I believe, probably some drinking involved. So I don't know. I have my thoughts just on opening statements. That's really all I've listened to, other than to go through and get timestamps of breaks. So I've kind of seen who's testified. George, I haven't looked today at all. It's the opening statements are just strange. And so that's why I think it may be one of those, we might start here, go here, come back here. I don't know. I think we just are going to have to wait till all the evidence is in. I don't know if she was drinking and he was drinking and something happened and then she was like, crap. Or if they were drinking and he did what he did and he's wrong. I don't know. This is one of those trials, though, that if he is found not guilty, I'll leave it up for a little bit and then I'm going to take it down. So I don't get it. It's only fair. I'm not doing the others. I'm not. One, it's only fair because some people don't have the resources to get their stuff taken down off the internet that can be damaging to them for the rest of their lives. And two, I don't want that situation to come back around and get me again. There we go. Not that it did anything to me. It's made me more aware. All right, so picked up. He's read the jury instructions. That's Judge Wolf. So this guy's getting ready to come up and read the grand jury, the indictment. And then State will open, defense will open. Um, and then we'll go from there. Thanks, Gabby. I try. I do. So I'll probably run a little banner across the bottom here because I don't know exactly what everything's going to say. The defense gets a little descriptive in some of their stuff. So just out of precaution, we'll do that. All right, here we go. And this indictment is kind of soft.
Grand jurors of Stewart County, Tennessee, duly entitled and sworn, upon their oaths, do present in honor about September 11th, 2021, in Stewart County, Tennessee, prior to the finding of this indictment. Lewis Dylan Clary, then and there, unlawfully sexually penetrated Tabitha Mounts, and that Lewis Dylan Clary knew or had reason to know at the time of the penetration, Tabitha Mounts did not consent to a sexual penetration, in violation of TCA 49.503 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, W. Ray Crouch, Jr., District Attorney General.
To that indictment, how does the defendant plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Not guilty plea is entered. At this time, we will now move to the opening statements or opening arguments. Mr. Turnbull, you may address the jury.
Thank you. September 11th, 2021. Tabitha Mounts.
Sorry. There you go.
Tyler Mounts
It's like,
were having
dang,
a campfire in the backyard. They had a couple of drinks and were enjoying time with their family and their two kids. The plan for that evening was that Tyler Mounts was going to stay in a tent in the backyard and have a camp out with their older child. Tabitha Mounts was going to go inside and sleep with their younger child, who was going to sleep in the room. Sometime around a little after 10, Tyler Mounts invited Mr. Clary to their house. Tyler Mounts and Mr. Clary had been friends for a long time, since childhood. It was common, Mr. Clary would come over to Mounts' house and spend time, hang out, and talk. And that was kind of the invitation that night. But like I said, that was a little after 10 o'clock, and Mr. Clary did not come over. So the Mounts, sometime after that, went to bed. Miss Mounts went inside, got in her bed. Mr. Mounts stayed outside in the tent with their other child. Sometime after midnight that night, Tabitha Mounts woke up in the middle of the night with Mr. Clary on top of her having sex with her. Miss Mounts at no time consented to this. They had no relationship like this. There was no romantic relationship between the two at all. They had not spoken about this. Miss Mounts did not want to have sex with Mr. Clary. He did not consent in any way. She woke up in the middle of the night and he was having sex with her. When she woke up and figured out what was going on and who it was dark in the room, she kicked him off, told him to get out. After that, I believe Miss Mounts will testify that she kind of didn't know what to do. She called a friend and then went and woke up her husband in the backyard and after that, they called law enforcement. Law enforcement arrived on the scene and started interviewing everyone. Mr. Clary was later interviewed. And Mr. Clary told them, yeah, I had sex with her, but it was consensual sex. Mr. Clary said they had sex, and then Miss Mounts was sent for a rape kit at the hospital, where they take a DNA swab, send it to TBI. Mr. Clary's DNA was found on that rape kit by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. We'll hear from their investigator, for their agent here. You're going to hear from Miss Mounts, and she's going to tell you what happened in her own words. You're going to hear from Mr. Mounts. He's going to tell you what he saw and observed in his own words. You'll hear from investigator Saltfield and several other witnesses. At the end of the day, it is the state's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the elements of this offense. And those are, as the judge just read to you, that there was sexual penetration of Miss Mounts by Mr. Clary, and that she didn't consent to that. And he knew or had reason to know at the time that she did not consent to that. I thank you for being here, and I thank you for your attention in this case. It's an important and serious case, and I appreciate you being here and your attention. Thank you.
Cox.
May I move this just a little bit over?
He looked a little lost. Where am I? In the courtroom.
Technology.
Guess he wanted to get off the camera.
Well, my
Can't
kids
see
have
you.
hooked everything up. If I may.
We have a few lawyers and tech problems.
That was the indictment. It's Trumbo, Fred. It's not the original, it's not. But that's what you have to do with this indictment. You gotta rip it up. If it doesn't mean anything. We talked about it in Ward Iron.
Or
It's a
dire.
one-sided allegation. September 11th, 2001. The mountains were having an outside cookout. They called Dylan, who was a friend of Tyler. Said, yeah, maybe I'll come over during the conversation. A little while later, you'll learn that Miss Mounts text. Dylan said, hey, bring me a pack of cigarettes, L&M cigarettes. How you gonna get it? No response. Miss Mounts wants you to believe that Dylan Clary comes to their house, walks into their house, walks into the bedroom, has sex with her without her knowing. Evidence is not going to show that, folks. You're going to hear testimony. Miss Mounts believed the entire time, and I hate to say some things, but that tells officers at the same. I had a tampon. Tampon is still in there. I know the tampon's in there. I haven't taken it out all day. But yet when she goes to the hospital later that next morning, there's no tampon. We don't know where the tampon is. Tampon's never found. She also tells the investigators, I don't know where my underwear is. We looked everywhere. We can't find my underwear. We're going to learn underwear in that box right there, that's a TBI, was found on her waist. The crotch of the underwear were ripped, torn. I'm going to make it easy on the state, because we're going to admit one element here today. Dylan and Tabitha Mounts had sex. You're going to get this TBI report, and they're going to be up there testifying that his DNA was on Miss Mounts. We admit that. We've never denied that. Ever. It should be. The DNA should be there. You're going to learn that Dylan didn't just come there one time that night. He came back a second time. Miss Mount says that she's laying in bed. She had a tampon in, somehow it's gone. Her panties are ripped, but she's sound asleep, having sex, and then realizes, oh, it's not my husband. You're going to see pictures of the room. You're going to hear testimony from officers. No signs of struggle, no disarray, other than normal everyday living in this bedroom. You're also going to learn that After Dylan leaves the house the first time, he leaves, he's gone 15, 20 minutes. He comes back. They want you to believe that Dylan Clary sneaks into this house. This mouth sneaks into this house, walks in the house, sneaks up the stairs, has sex with her, leaves, and he comes back, but he raped her. So he comes back to get his phone. He left his phone upstairs. He comes back, goes upstairs, gets his phone, goes home, goes to bed. You're gonna learn that 20, 30 minutes after this event happened, law enforcement was called. It wasn't on 911. It was just a regular phone. You're also gonna learn that Miss Mounts wanted Tyler to go kick his ass. She likes to handle it her own way. Tyler's the one who wanted her to call law enforcement. You're gonna hear from these officers that was on the scene. There was doubts. Dylan Clary, the husband, father, never been in trouble. Now, Dylan Clary's no saint. He's a lot of things. I got some words that I could use, and y'all can probably think so too. A jerk, that's probably the easiest thing, for having sex, consensual sex with his friend's wife. Not too good of a friend, but it doesn't make him a rapist. Okay? Doesn't make him a rapist. Makes him a lot of things, but a rapist is not one of them. Use your common sense. Listen to the evidence that's presented. State talked about what party has an interest in this. What is that interest? These are levels of proof. Can y'all see that okay? This is where they gotta get. They've got to get up here beyond a reasonable doubt. Law enforcement just has to have a reasonable suspicion to be able to stop you. They have to have probable cause to arrest you. It's a long way for beyond a reasonable doubt. And if law enforcement has a problem with probable cause, because you're going to learn, Mr. Clary was never arrested for this. Never. From 2021 until 2024 today, he was not arrested by law enforcement for this act. They can't get the probable cause. I don't know how we get the legal doubt. You're going to hear the testimony. Please listen to it. See if it makes sense to you. Because it doesn't to me. Remember, that piece of paper I ripped up is just one side of that story. And you folks are going to get together right there. Thank you for your attention. After the close of all this, please, I fully expect you to be able to go back there and not when you lay down. You know you made the right decision. You'll find Dylan Clary not guilty.
All right, Mr. Turnbull, you may call your first witness.
Oh, Dina Lee, Your Honor.
Hello. Before we get started,
Yes, sir.
Turnbull.
Oh, it's definitely Friday.
Just step around here, please. I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand and be placed under. If you'll stand up Lieutenant Clerk, raise your right hand and be placed under oath.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Ms. Lee, if you'll bear up just 1 minute.
Give us just a moment. I'm gonna need to scoot that chair up closer to that, so it'll be able to be heard.
I'm not moving my captions yet. I think they'll pop us back up. You know, lawyers and tech, courtrooms and tech. There could be a
All
whole
right, would you
song.
state and spell your name for the jury, please, ma'am?
Dina, Deena. My last name is Miller now, but I was Lee.
All right. Common spelling for Miller.
Yes,
All right, on September 11th of 2021, how were you employed?
I worked as an 911 dispatcher for starting out.
And sometime overnight that night, did you get a call regarding a rape that had happened?
Yes, sir.
And did you dispatch that call?
Yes, sir.
The
Apologize, sir.
city council.
Yes. Sir.
That was quick. Let me scroll back over. Yeah, come on.
We just have an administrative issue that I've got to deal with, ladies and gentlemen, so give me a minute.
Like he's like, we just have an administrative issue. I just sent the defense or no. Guess the defense attorney's still sitting there. I thought he sent both of them out. I think he did. State and defense. Out you go. Go fight it out. Come back in. Let us know who won. And that'll be the end of it. Hey DG, how you doing? I don't know why he. Hey, don't you spoil alert it, George. I will use my mom voice. I have seen day one because I went through day one, but I haven't heard day one. Yes, administrative issue. They're back. Oh, DG, you know how it is in here. We're great. We all are really good, as far as I know. Hello, court person.
Ready, Mr. Turnbow?
Yes, sir.
You may resume your question.
All right, so Miss Miller, apologize for calling the wrong name there. You dispatched this call that you received,
Yes.
and it was on the non-emergency line. I think we talked about. Is that right?
I don't recall.
Okay. Have you listened to the call?
Yes.
And I'm going to play that for you. See if you recognize it.
I thought my camera skills were bad. Yeah, nothing on these people. Nothing. Yes. Oh, we have some more lawyer and tech problems here too.
I said I was going to play it for you.
It's not me. It's not me. For once. Well, DG, I am glad you're alive. That's a good way to be. Oh, Judge Wolf and his expressions. Let me see where they're at. Oh my gosh, it's not crazy. Normally his court isn't like this. I don't know what's going on.
I'm not sure what's going on first before the trial started, so we may need a moment.
Hey Sarah, how you doing? Welcome. Welcome to the show. I like the judge is like reading something else. You talking about Brian Kohlberger? DJ? Grief. This court is affecting my mind. How did you get up there, Gabby? I have not. I have been doing well to keep up on this stuff. All right. I think I only let this run because I thought the judge made a comment that was funny. Uh, but his facial expressions. I love this judge. Sarah, this is a trial in Tennessee. Um, a woman has accused her husband's friend, yes, of, uh, I hate to use the word grape.
Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you, this is not intended to be like that Chinese water torture, but I think to make that tone, it just kind of drives you crazy. Like being on a phone call when they put you on a recording and they play that music. That just, I think I have post-traumatic stress every time I hear that music from having a hold too long.
But anyway, she's accusing him of doing that to her, and he's saying it was consensual and there was alcohol involved. So, DG, I don't, yeah, it's one of those other, it's like the Delphi case. It's just a crap show. At least they're allowing it to be seen, though, unlike the Delphi case, where they're just doing everything in secret. I'm not sure. Well, only in your land, Chrissy.
So,
Yes, sir.
do we need to take an early lunch and,
We're gonna try the other computer, Judge.
Oh,
We tested all this before the trial started. Of course,
they do. Well, I don't think we had any this week. I think I lost it on Wednesday. That's happening too. Gee, in the Delphi case, I've been watching comments
So
about
128, little O, I drive,
sounds horrible.
that's all.
now who shot the deer?
Now get somebody over and knows what they're doing.
All right. I know they're going to go to lunch, but not for 5 more minutes. So I don't remember if he actually gets this to play or not. But anyway, DG, I've seen that happen here too. The shift because of the way they're handling everything and handling all the evidence and really just doing it in secret. And or not, or it gets lost, one of those, or destroyed, or they don't hand it over. That's why to me, that is why this stuff needs to be shown. It needs to be out there so that we all get to
This
see
one, I
it.
think we're ready for phone.
Just pass this to Dana.
Hello,
Hello.
hi, we have a top dispatch over here to 128, little O, I drive. That's spelled little O, J-A-I, drive.
Okay.
And
What's going
I'm
on?
gonna see. My wife just woke me up and said that she was raped by a guy that I know. And, he woke me up frantic, crying and everything, because I was out here with my little girl. And I had no idea what was going on.
Okay.
I,
Okay, and you said this was your wife?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how old is she?
She is 28.
Hey, Christine.
28, okay, and what, let me get some more information. What is your name?
My name is Tyler Mounts, Mounts, and she is right here beside me.
Yes, sir. Okay. Let me just get some information here. Got your phone number is 931-305-9720.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and line, right. Okay, what is your wife's name?
Tabitha.
I'm sorry? Tabitha Mount? Tabitha? Yes, Taitha. Okay. And do you know who the individual was that raped you? Yes. Okay, and what was his name? Dylan Clary. Dillon. Dylon. Dylon. Okay, and the last name? Clary, Clary. Clary. Okay,
Wow.
and when did this occur? Like, maybe 20 minutes ago. Is that 30? Okay. Like I was sleeping and woke up to him and, made it known and he left.
Ow.
Or-
That is true. Also true.
That was maybe a lunch break.
Also
Well,
true.
we just go ahead and take our lunch break.
Christine, if you're still here, I was just waiting because I knew this break was coming up. This is a trial about a man who possibly assaulted a woman. He says it was consensual. She says it wasn't. It's going to be very much where the evidence falls. Very much where that happens to fall. So they didn't call if you didn't catch that in the openings, they didn't call the emergency number. They just called dispatch to report it. Also, if you didn't catch it in openings, and I'm not saying this was wrong. To me, it wouldn't have been my reaction, and everybody reacts differently to trauma. But she called a friend before she went outside to get her husband to tell him. For me, if something bad like that happened to me, I would make sure my child who's sleeping somewhere else was safe. And then I would be outside waking up my husband, be like, oh my gosh, this just horrible thing just happened to me. I wouldn't be wouldn't be phoning a friend. But I don't know. I'm not blaming her. You guys are making me Everybody's going to think that I'm just sitting here smiling about this horrible trial. DG, I'm not putting that up. No, so Sarah, her husband, my husband does not sleep outside. I mean, if he wanted to, I guess. Her her husband and her and their daughter, their older daughter, they were having a little camp out outside. It's September, fall. They had a campfire, the tent set up. So they were outside sleeping in the tent. And then the alleged victim in this case took her younger child inside and they went to bed inside. So yes, what George said. What George said right here. I think it was a little more than just that. I think there was, things happening. I would agree with that, Chrissy, except for that when there's alcohol involved. Depending on how much alcohol is involved, you might be passed out, might not wake up right away. I don't know. And if she did kind of wake up, she could have very well just thought that that's her husband and not thought much about it. Like, okay, I was like, I'm sleeping, whatever. Let's do it. Good job. High five and roll back over. I don't know. I'm, I'm just putting the possibilities of everything out there that my mind has gone to just from listening to the openings. So I don't know. On a normal night, I understand what you guys are saying. I wake up a lot too. My kids always tell me that I could hear a mouse fart. But alcohol, a lot of it, it's going to make you, not hear that mouse. Not that I would know. Not that I would admit. So I don't know. There's just a lot of things going through my mind, and I don't want to seem like I'm certainly not victim shaming in any way, shape, or form. If she is really the victim, there's a lot of scenarios going through my mind.
She was on the stand when they left.
Yes, sir.
So they're just putting her back up on the witness stand. So I don't know. I don't know. Have I put anything out there that now makes you guys think I'm a horrible person? Or have I just made you think maybe she thought it was not him? Why would she think it was anybody else besides her husband?
Have a seat, please. All right, I think we have our technical issues resolved, hopefully, and we are ready to resume the testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Miller, we're just going to kind of start over a little bit since the technology failed us. You were a dispatcher on September 11th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
We heard a little bit of the phone call, and that's a phone call you took. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, was that after hearing part of the call, was that call made on the non-emergency line?
Yes, sir, it
All right.
was.
So is that just like the normal number to dispatch is what was called?
Yes.
Okay. I know.
Yes.
We have a dispatch over here to 128 little O I Drive. That's little O J A I Drive. My wife just woke me up and said that she was raped by a guy that I know. And he woke me everything irrelevant. Out there with my little girl. And
By the way, the first time they played this, the closed captioning said, "My wife just woke me up to tell me she was right." Perfect. Good job, closed captionings. You got it messed up this whole time, too.
I had no idea what's going on.
Okay, and you said this was your wife?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how old is she?
She is 28.
28, okay, and what, let me get my question, what is your name?
My name is Tyler Mount, Mounts, and she is right here beside me.
This one. Okay. Let me get this question, all right, I got your phone number, is 931-305-9720.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and
Don't call it. I would have muted that. I didn't know it was in there.
okay, what is your wife's name?
Catherine.
I'm sorry.
Tabitha Mount?
Tabitha?
Yes, Tabitha.
And do you know who the individual was that raped you?
Yes,
Okay, and what was his name?
Clary.
Dillion.
Dyla.
Dylo. Okay, and the last name?
Clary, Clary.
Dillo. Okay. And when did this occur?
Like, maybe 20 minutes ago. Is that 30?
Okay.
Like, I was just sleeping and woke up to him and, made it known and he left.
Okay, so you woke up and he was on her body.
Yeah.
And is he still there?
No, he's gone.
Do you know, did he leave driving?
Yes, he's probably, I'm assuming, heading home at this point. I mean,
Okay,
so
where,
he's probably not
what
Spring
was
Street.
he driving?
He would know more.
It would
Okay.
probably be a white, GMC Denali truck.
So now, okay, and did you say he lives on Spring Street?
He lives off, Hickory Hill Drive.
Hickory Hill, you don't know the exact address by any chance?
I do not,
Well, I'm sure, I mean, we've got officers on the way to your house now. So I'm sure
thank you.
Yeah, they'll probably try to get more information.
Okay.
Okay, well, yeah, we do have officers en route, so they'll get it taken care
Okay, thank you very much.
of. Uh-huh.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
And Ms. Miller, you dispatched officers to their residence,
Yes,
and that address, that's here in Stewart County, isn't it?
yes.
Your Honor has to make a copy of that call, first exhibit.
We'll mark it as exhibit 1.
Ms. Miller, that was essentially the end of your involvement in the case, right?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cox, you have a question?
Just very brief. Ms. Miller, I think earlier you testified you didn't know if it was on a 911 call, but now you know it was not a 911 call.
Yes, sir, after I heard how I answered the phone.
Okay. Is that unusual
Unusual,
about not getting 911 calls in an emergency?
it was unusual, yes.
And did you after you dispatched officers to the scene, did you happen to make a phone call to any officers? And
I don't recall. I mean, it's possible. Sometimes we had to.
did you call and notify them that they had, that this was came from a non-emergency line?
Like I said, it's possible. It's been a couple of years. So
It's been about 3 years, hard to remember.
Yeah.
That's all I have, thank you.
Okay.
Redirect, thank you, ma'am. You may step down or we're releasing this witness from her subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right, you are released. Mr. Turnbull, you may call your next witness.
We'll call Trent Herndon, Your Honor.
I don't know if he is or not. That defense lawyer seems like he's very tall. Or maybe it's just the courtroom makes him look giant. Because a state lawyer doesn't.
Step right up here, please, and raise your right hand. Let's put your hand up.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Afternoon, Officer Herndon. Would you state and spell your first and last name, please, sir?
Trenton, Trenton, Herndon, Hearndon.
And who are you currently working for?
McEwen Police Department.
Back in September of 2021, were you working for the Stewart County Sheriff's Department?
I was
What was your role there?
patrol deputy and field police officer.
Did you get a report of a rape to respond to at the Mounts resident on Little OJ Drive?
I did.
Right. And is that here in Stewart County?
Yes,
Did you respond to that residence?
I did.
Who, if anyone, responded with you?
Deputy Patrick Weber initially.
All right. And then when you got there, what was going on?
When I arrived on scene, Ms. Mounts and her husband were on the front porch waiting for us. And so we separated them. I spoke to her while my partner interviewed her husband.
All right. And was this about a little after 1 o'clock in the morning?
I believe so.
And after interviewing Ms. Mounts and her husband, based on those interviews, did you call for an investigator?
I did.
Is that just to look into things further than a road officer was going to do?
Yes, sir.
All right. That's my question, Your Honor.
Scott, your question.
Officer Herndon, when did you leave the Stewart County Sheriff's Department?
I believe it was later in 2022.
Okay, and after that initial call, did you do any follow-up investigation on this case?
After the initial call, I did not.
Okay, you never interviewed anyone else or anything like that?
No, sir.
You just turned over sergeant. Sorry.
Once I left that night, it was turned over to the investigator.
Now, did you go into the house that night?
I did.
Okay, and did you go up into the bedroom?
I did.
Okay, was there anything out of the ordinary in the bedroom?
As I remember, the bedroom was messy, but I did not see any evidence of crime there.
Okay. Did you take any pictures?
I did not.
Did the dispatcher call you prior to you arriving on the scene?
Yes,
Okay, by phone?
I believe so.
And what was that about? Just dispatching the call?
They dispatched by radio, but as I recall, the dispatcher had some concerns she wanted to share with me prior to my arrival.
Do you know what those concerns were?
Yes, sir. She wanted me to be
You're not
aware.
going to object to hearsay. And the dispatcher's already testified what she told him in the call. Anything that she said can be assault you for hearsay.
And she said she didn't remember.
But it would still be hearsay. The statements that the dispatcher makes would be hearsay. Sustain the objection.
But she was concerned. Correct. Okay. Now, when you got to the scene, you said that Mr. and Miss Mounts were on the front porch.
Correct.
Did you notice anything about their appearance or their demeanor?
She was dressed. They were calm. Did not seem to be distraught. I do remember looking to see if I seen any evidence on her person, signs of a struggle, fight. I did not see anything at all that I could take for evidentiary value to act upon, which is why I eventually called for an investigator. I didn't see anything that I could take action upon.
And did you smell any alcohol on
I
Miss
did.
Mounts?
I did.
Okay. Was Miss Mounts able to answer all your questions?
She did.
Okay, was she falling down or staggering or?
No, sir.
Okay, so if you'd stopped her for DUI, you probably wouldn't give her a DUI, would you?
She wasn't falling down drunk. I'll say that.
Okay,
No, I could smell alcohol, but
she didn't seem impaired.
she wasn't at that point that, I was comfortable questioning her and speaking.
Okay. Um. Is she the one that called 911 that night, or do you know?
I'm not sure who made the call.
Now, you also went and spoke with Mr. Clary, did you not? Or you were on the scene when Mr. Clary was?
No, sir. It's my understanding that the defendant had left the scene prior to me being called there, and I had no contact with him.
Okay, so you didn't go to his house later that morning?
No, sir. No, sir.
Did you, when you went up, did you collect any evidence?
I assisted the investigator, holding the bag and allowing him to take bedding, bed sheets and such into evidence. I assisted him collecting that from the bedroom.
Was there any other evidence outside of bed sheets that was taken?
I don't recall if there was. I just remember taking that.
Okay. And do you recall what the bed looked like when you went up there?
My memory is that the bedroom was just a little bit messy,
Kind of lived in?
Correct, but I didn't see, as I said, I didn't see like this, anything that was broken or sign of a struggle to me. That I recall that.
And you saw no marks or anything visible on Miss Mounts, is that correct?
That's correct.
Oh, yeah, thank
Redirect.
Officer Herndon, you said you didn't see any evidence of the crime. By that, what do you mean?
I was looking for any signs of a struggle, any potential defensive wounds that may have on a person, and I didn't see anything thereof, which is why we ended up making the decision to call an investigator for further investigation.
So she hadn't been in a fight or nothing, anything like that,
Right.
from what you could see.
Correct, I
right.
couldn't see anything.
And-
Her clothes were not disabled, anything
Right.
of that nature, no ripped clothing, no marks on the arms anywhere that would be consistent in my experience with a struggle like that.
Okay, so there wasn't a struggle is what you meant by that.
Correct, yes,
And in the room, there wasn't like furniture flipped over or anything like that.
right. I didn't see anything broken or damaged that would be consistent with a fight or struggle. of
Okay.
any nature. It was just generally just a messy bedroom, but nothing broken like we would previously have seen with some fights and struggles in a room, breaking furniture, things knocked over. I didn't notice anything that stood out to that nature.
Gotcha. And with the call with the dispatcher, the emergency call was made on the non-emergency line, and that was kind of a concern or something that stood out as being on it.
Correct. She wanted me to know the nature of the call came in and the demeanor of the couple.
Okay. And you said when you got there, Miss Mounts and her husband, they were calm and
They were.
fully clothed.
They were,
And people react differently to traumatic experiences, don't they?
they can.
Nothing for
Cross. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Are we releasing this officer from the subpoena?
the state is, Judge.
Your Honor, there may be a chance that I might need to call him a rebuttal. I hope I don't, but
Sorry about that. You're gonna have to hang around. Thank you.
You were so close to being free or
For
not.
answering with us.
Judge, we call Tabitha Mounts.
All right, this is the alleged victim. We will not see her, we will hear her.
Okay, that's true.
I'll move the closed captioning as soon as I can. Suppose that barrier there's like a COVID barrier or like don't dive over and attack somebody barrier or both.
I think she may have been downstairs stretching.
Well, not allowed. I didn't catch him. It's like the judge is reading a book. Sorry, I didn't realize there was this long of a break.
Step up here, please, ma'am. I'm gonna ask you to raise your right hand and face our clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the court, please, ma'am?
Tabitha Mounts,
And how do you spell your last name?
Mounts.
All right. Ms. Mounts, do you live here in Stewart County?
Yes.
And are you married?
Yes.
What's your husband's name?
Tyler Mounts,
How long have y'all been married?
just 12 years.
Do you have children together?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
2,
How old are they?
8 and 4.
And do you know Dylan Clary?
Yes.
How do you know Dylan Clary?
I met him when I was a freshman in school. He was my husband's best friend since they were like in 5th grade. And we like basically all grew up together. He was like a brother. We were all friends. He was the best man at our wedding.
So he's your husband's best man?
Yeah.
And had you and Dylan ever had any kind of relationship?
Just as friends, and that was it.
Just as friends? No kind of sexual relationship, romantic relationship, anything
Not
like
at
that?
all. No flirtation, nothing.
Did Mr. Clary spend a lot of time at your house?
Yes.
Is that from being friends?
Yes. He just went to hang out.
Typically, what would a typical night when y'all were hanging out look like?
Just them talking, and then I would come out, maybe like after I put the kids down or something, and sit down and talk as well.
So on September 11th of 2021, what were you and your husband doing that evening? Kind of what was the plan? What was going on?
Well, I had just undergone a miscarriage, and we were outside, we're gonna play, we was gonna camp out with my daughter.
And how old was your daughter at the time?
She was 5.
Okay.
And we were all playing outside, had a bonfire. Then later on came and I went inside to put my, at the time, 23-month-old daughter to bed because she would sleep in her room at the time. And my other one was, Tyler was putting her down in the tent. And then afterwards, we got together outside and had, sat around the fire.
So basically, your husband and your older daughter were having a camp out.
Yes.
All right. And then after the kids went to bed, you and your husband just sit around the fire talking, that kind of thing?
Mhm.
Right. Did y'all have some drinks?
Yes.
Do you remember what you had to drink?
Tequila,
Okay. How much?
a couple shots,
Do you have anything else that you recall? Okay. Now, at some point, had your husband spoken with Mr. Clary about coming over?
yes.
Do you recall about what time that was?
I don't know exactly. He had called at some point when I was inside, because I was on the phone with a friend as well,
Okay.
when I put my other daughter to bed. And then when I came out, he had stated that Dylan might stop by or not. And then he ended up calling him again, and that's when I texted him and said, hey, bring the cigarettes for Tyler.
Okay. So I believe your text was a little after 10 o'clock. Is that to your memory?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you text Mr. Clary about, and you remember what kind of cigarettes it was?
It was 11 lights, and it was because Tyler at the time was smoking my pools, and I wanted him to have his own pack.
Right. So just text Mr. Clary and ask him to bring the Illinois.
Shouldn't have a problem.
Okay. And that was around a little after 10, you said.
Mhm.
And then what time did you go to bed? Or around
It was
about?
like around 10:30 or so, because I was dieting and a couple shots just put me out.
Okay. And your husband stayed outside with your older daughter.
Yeah, he went into the tent.
Okay. Do you know if he went to sleep the same time you went to
We
bed?
both went to bed, like he was crawling and I was doing stuff.
And did Mr. Clary come by at that point?
He never showed up whenever we were,
So while he was out, while you were outside, he was never there.
he was never there.
And so what'd you do when you got up to your room?
I got in bed, I turned on the TV, and I couldn't really see the TV as much, and I had peanuts beside the bed. And I was like sloppy eating peanuts because I had drank and I felt like I needed to eat because I had drank.
All right. Just a couple questions about that. You said you couldn't see the TV as much. Why is that?
Because we had been drinking.
Right. Okay. And do you wear contacts?
I do.
Did you have your contacts?
My contacts were out.
Okay. They were out at that point. when
Yeah, I
you-
taken my contacts, so I wasn't blacked out.
And I want to talk just a little bit about the miscarriage you had. When did that occur?
I found out when it was like September 4th, I had quit taking birth control for a while. Because me and Tyler were thinking about having the third baby, and it was like maybe like the 7th that I found out. It just, when I think I blamed myself, of course, but that's when I started bleeding. I didn't go to the doctor because we've had miscarriages before.
And I don't mean to be too over personal or pry. But you said, so on the 7th, approximately 4 days prior is when this happened. And so were you still wearing tampons and that kind of thing at this point?
Yes,
Did you
wearing a tampon.
You had a tampon in at that
I
point?
did.
Okay. So you went to bed, had the TV on, ate some peanuts, and you turned the TV off before you went to
I
sleep?
did.
What's the next thing you remember?
I went to sleep.
All right, and then what?
I woke up to the motion of sex, and I raised my arm up and I felt a beard. And then I just freaked out and I kicked, and I knew it was Dylan. I heard him say something. I don't know what he said, but he just mumbled.
All right, so you woke up, you said, to the motion of sex.
Yes.
About how long was it, do you think, between you waking up and feeling the beard?
I just woke up to the movement and I
Right.
put my hand up and felt his beard. My husband doesn't have a beard.
At that
I
point,
just freaked out.
at that time, did Mr. Clary have a big beard?
Yes, I guess.
All right, and did your husband have a large beard?
No.
So you said you kind of freaked out.
Yes.
What did that look like?
I just kicked him off, and I was just freaking out because it was like, he's always been like a brother to me. It was like sickening, like incest. Like, what did you do to me? And he even was like, I was looking for Tyler. And I said, what? In my freaking vagina. And he just laughed and acted like everything was fine. I was like, you need to leave.
And did he leave at that point?
No, he stood there for a while, just, oh, is everything okay? And I was like, you need to leave. And I never say this, but I was like, bye, Felicia, like, you need to leave the house.
And so about how long, and I know you may not know exactly, about how long that conversation go on?
Minutes.
Okay. And after that, did he leave?
He did. I looked down and I wasn't wearing underwear. And so I wasn't gonna stand up out of the bed. And whenever I heard the footsteps of him outside, like shutting the door, whenever, that's when I got up and put on pants.
And your bedroom's upstairs in your
Yes.
house. So, and immediately before you go out the door, you have to go down some stairs to get out the door. So you heard him going down those stairs when you got out of bed? What about the tampon? You know, what happened to it?
It's gone.
Never seen it since?
Never seen it.
And did you put underwear on when you put your pants on? Do you remember?
I had underwear. I had a tank top on
Right.
and I had jeans.
Okay.
And I took my jeans off And so I had panties and a tank top and I went to bed.
Okay. But when you said you got dressed after?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you just put some pants on.
I just threw on sweatpants and immediately went down, I grabbed my phone and I went downstairs.
Okay. And what happened? What'd you do then?
I was just panicking. I called my friend that we had talked to earlier because we were talking about this kind of weird situation happening because I was scared about having my kids like have a sleepover because of weirdos and stuff. And I called her. It was like 12:40. She did not answer. And so I went around the house because we have like an L-shaped deck. And when I was at the very edge of the deck, that's when Dylan came back up and he snatched my phone out of my hands. And then he like looked at it and threw it back at me. And then I went down the steps to like our backyard to go wake up my husband. By that time, he was already inside and like had ran off. When I was trying to get them up out of the tent, you could hear his truck like start off.
So when you say he was already inside, did you mean Mr. Clary was inside at that
Yes.
point? Okay. Do you know what he did inside?
I assume he got his phone.
Okay.
I assume he thought that I had his phone and that's why he took it and then realized that this isn't mine, so he went to go get his.
So then you said you went and woke your husband up while he was leaving.
Yes.
What happened then?
I woke up Tinsley first and she was crying and she was like, "Mommy, what's wrong? What's wrong?" And I was like, "Nothing, I just missed Daddy." And so I was trying to get him up. I like had to physically shake him and anyway, I told him what happened and we were like, okay, we need to get Tinsley back upstairs in bed because, you know,
Right.
this is done. And so that's what we did. We put Tinsley back in bed and he was like, okay, we need to call the cops. And so he called the cops and we went through the whole process and
Let me slow you down just a little bit. Initially, did you want to call the police or did you know what to do initially?
I didn't know what to do. I didn't, for me, it was almost like a shock for me to find out that this had happened because it didn't seem real.
Right.
Like I knew Dylan, so I thought, and there was no way that he would look at me like I was just a girl, you know, we were like, I mean, I even told him that he was like a brother to me, he knew this.
And when did you tell him that?
Oh my gosh, like a bunch of times, like it's always been like that.
Okay. So before this, like the night this happened, had you and he spoken at all other than this text message about the cigarettes?
We don't talk on the phone.
Had you ever spoken about having this kind of relationship at all
No.
before? Have you ever flirted with Mr. Clary?
Not at all.
So after you called the police, officers came to your house and they started their investigation? All right. Did you lock the doors that night?
No,
And is there a particular
because,
reason?
well, I mean, we live in the country and typically people don't lock their doors, but that night my husband was staying outside in his tent with my daughter, so I wouldn't lock them out of the house.
Right, all right. And do you have a dog?
Yes, I did.
You did. How would your dog react to a knock on the door?
She would bark and wake up everyone in the house.
Did your dog know Mr. Clary
She did.
from being at your house before? Okay. So would she typically bark at him if he didn't knock on the door? So you went, after the police got there and started their investigation, you went to the hospital to have a rape kit. And did they do that?
Yes.
Did they take swabs of your vaginal area and
They
jaw? for
swabbed
DNA?
everything.
And at this point, did you know where your underwear were that you were wearing when you went to bed?
No, I helped everyone look for them.
Because I think you said you didn't believe you were wearing any underwear when you went and put the pants on.
I
after
looked
you-
down and I did not see underwear.
Right,
I went through the whole process of the kit because I had already taken off my tank top and gave it to him in the sweatpants. And I didn't get up out of the bed on the like hospital bed thing and I had the gown on. And then whenever I went to stand up after all the swabs were taken, I was like, what is this? Because the band had been like rolled up under my stomach, and the bag was like a Tarzan flap, and the nurse was like, "Oh, honey, you ripped your underwear." And I just like then just lost it because it was like, oh my God. And this wasn't just what happened. Like this guy was clearly like on a mission. Like, what happened to me?
So at that point, you had no idea your underwear had been ripped or where they were at.
No,
You said you helped law enforcement look for them while you were
we
at your
all
house.
were looking, thinking, okay, what happened to these things?
And that's the first time you discovered them. was
Yes,
when
the
actually-
nurse discovered him, and then she put him in the bag.
Okay. All right. And your house where all this happened, it's in Stewart County.
Yes,
Do you see Mr. Clary in the courtroom?
yes.
Did you point to him, please? For the record, the defendant's been identified. That's all my questions.
Cox?
Ms. Mounts, you said that around 10:30 or so, you text Dylan about bringing some L cigarettes.
That's correct.
Okay. And you got no reply.
No.
And I think the testimony was that you and him usually, he called Dylan or he called Tyler, you and him didn't call.
Not really. I mean, I had sent him messages before, just like a text or something, but like he never really would respond.
Okay.
It wasn't like we talked on the
So
phone
you would
ever.
send him text and he wouldn't really respond. Y'all didn't
Not
really
like
talk and
text,
stuff.
Yeah,
And how long have you known? You said you've known him since fourth grade?
no, Tyler knew him in fifth grade
Your
growing
freshman.
up. And then I met him through Tyler in my freshman year of
Okay.
high school.
Now, you say that after you went to bed, you turned the TV on, ate some peanuts, right?
That's correct.
You had no more conversations with Tyler or Dylan that night,
No,
and you turned the TV off,
yes,
and you have an upstairs room. Is there light in that room?
no, I mean, we have lights obviously, but they were not on.
Okay. Is there any light in that room?
No,
It's dark.
it's dark.
Did Dylan frequent your bedroom? Did he go to your bedroom before this event ever?
I think maybe with Tyler, when you maybe had shown him something but he's never really, I don't recall him being up in the bedroom.
Okay. So your testimony was that you were asleep and you woke up to having sex.
That's correct.
And do you know how long you'd been having sex before
No,
you just woke up? Is
I
that,
just,
is
woke
that
up.
normal for you to just wake up having sex at your house?
I mean, not on the everyday. I would think that my husband would know that I had a tampon in and was going through a miscarriage. And so usually he wouldn't be trying to do anything like that. But on a normal day with no bleeding or losing a child, then yes, he would. I would get woke up to having sex and then it's my husband, so it wasn't really an aggressive thing.
All right. And you said you had a tampon in that night.
I did.
Where's the tampon? Did you take it out? Was the
No.
tampon ever found?
No, it wasn't. That was a mystery as well.
And do you recall there being blood on your sheets? Or?
No, I was at the end of my miscarriage, so it was just something that some person would just use, maybe a light pad, but I used a tampon instead.
And what, you said you went to bed, you had tank top and underwear on. What color were those?
Black,
So black.
a black tank top
and Black.
and black underwear, maternity underwear, non-rippable, stretchable.
Okay.
I had my husband even try to rip the underwear that night, because you buy a pack of underwear, there's multiple packs or pairs. These aren't just normal cotton underwear.
He tried to rip your underwear that night.
No, after the fact, because I had tried to rip these underwear, like how are these underwear aren't rippable?
So it would take a lot of force
It would.
and
A lot of force.
you were laying there so asleep that you didn't feel your underwear being ripped.
That is correct.
Is it your allegation that Dylan took your tampon too?
I don't know what happened to the tampon.
So you want us to believe that he took your tampon out and ripped the underwear that you said you and your husband had tried to rip? It
After
couldn't,
the fact, yes.
and you never woke up and never knew what was going on.
No.
Did you tell the officer, the first officer that arrived, that Tyler was the one who talked you into calling law enforcement?
He was the one who suggested it.
You just wanted Tyler to go whoop his ass, didn't you?
No, I didn't know what to do. Honestly, I had never been raped before, especially by a family friend. And at that point, he was already gone, so there was no fighting it
So,
gonna happen.
so there was no reason to call law enforcement because he was already gone?
He was already gone. I went with Tyler and said, yes, let's do it. I didn't know what to do.
Now, you've known Tyler and his wife for many years, correct?
I am Tyler's
I
wife.
apologize. You've known Dylan and his wife for many years.
That is correct. We're the ones, Shauna was my best friend and Dylan was his. So that's like the reason why they're together.
And when you were interviewed by Saltkill at the house that night, you talked about that y'all had not been friends for several years. Is that correct?
Yeah, we went through a period of time not speaking.
And what was that about?
People grow up and just split ways, you work and
It wasn't over something that Dylan's wife had told your husband? And did y'all, and you still weren't friends with her, correct?
well, after Dylan and Tyler, I think they met up on the side of the road or something. It was months before this happened. We were gonna have a high school class reunion. So me and Shauna decided to go basically together. And Dylan was like, yeah, please be friends with Shauna, so that way we can see each other more and everyone can be happy again.
Okay, and did y'all go to the reunion?
We did,
And did you have a good time?
yeah.
And did you tell Detective Saltkill about an argument that you and Dylan's wife had that night?
No,
You didn't.
no, we didn't have an argument. She had an argument with him.
Okay, and you know what that was about?
I do, because he stayed at the bar drinking the whole night, and I was like, why? Or do you not care what he's doing? You know, because I would want my husband to be beside me during a class reunion. And he would be at my house all the time. I was missing my own husband. And so I told her, yes, I had had a couple cocktails that night as well, and said, do you even know where your man is at night? And she was like, no, I was in bed by 9. And I was like, wow, there's no way that I could let my husband just run off and do whatever. You know, I mean, I would be concerned, of course, if that happened.
And then you also tell her, well, you know where he was last night? He was at my house at midnight.
Yeah, and I had to tell him, like, it's time to go, man. We've got kids to get up in the morning, work.
And you believe that they blame you for their marriage problems.
I don't believe that. That's obviously not in my area. That's their
That's what
marriage
you told
problems.
Detective Saltkill the night this incident happened.
Yeah,
correct?
that's what she told him, I guess.
No, I'm talking about what you said.
Okay, maybe.
At the table talking to Detective Saltkill, you said that, you know, you felt bad for her sitting over by herself that night.
Yes, we bought her dinner.
And that she blamed you for the relationship problems her and Dylan were having. Is that what you said?
Not that night. That was after the fact. So Dylan had said that his wife, Shauna, said that I was trying to break up their marriage. I embarrassed her because I had, I guess, said in front of other people, where's your husband?
So it's your testimony, you never told Detective Saltfield that you were the blame, or they thought you were the blame for their marriage problem?
Yeah, they thought that I was the blame. There's no way that I was.
Okay.
I didn't believe that because that's not true.
So you're asleep. It's dark. And you tell, and it's your belief that Dylan comes in the house and goes up these stairs and has sex.
That's what happened.
Now, at any point, did you give oral sex to Dylan?
Not that I know
Do you remember what Dylan was wearing?
of. I just remember a red shirt.
And so you noticed a red shirt. What about, was he have his pants on?
I turned the lamp on after this whole thing had happened. And I woke up. I heard his voice, knew it was Dylan. And we had like a little lamp on the side of the bed that I turned on. And I seen the red shirt.
Was he fully clothed?
He was.
And did he have his boots on?
I wasn't looking at his feet. I have no idea.
Okay. And it's true, you told Detective Saltfield that you knew he had his boots on because he looked like a redneck because he's got his boots tucked in.
Something, yeah, when he walked out the house.
Okay.
Mhm.
So did he have his boots on in the room?
I assume. I didn't see him put them on, but I wasn't looking at his feet either.
So he may have had them off and then put them on. That's why his boots were tucked in his pants.
I have no idea because I was asleep. So I don't know what he was doing with his boots, and that wasn't my main concern. It's the fact that I wasn't wearing underwear and I knew that what had just happened.
And when you say you felt, when you said it, so you get off me,
No, it wasn't anything like that. It was the force of being moved by someone feeling a beard and realizing that it wasn't my husband. So I kicked him off me.
okay. And when you kicked him off, that's when you reached over and turned over the light on the lamp.
I assume.
Okay. And that's where you saw him standing there fully clothed.
Yes.
Okay. So he didn't have his pants off when y'all were having sex, did he?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I think you told Detective Saltkill that you probably just pulled his zipper down. Did you tell him that?
No.
You don't remember saying that?
Pulled his zipper down.
Yeah, he's probably just, you just take his zipper down, leave your clothes on, just pull the zipper down.
Well, if you're wearing pants, I'm not going to talk about the zipper and stuff. I would assume that you would like unbutton it. Just, I don't know.
Because you know he had his zipper down.
I wasn't paying attention to his zipper or anything on his pants. I never would want to look at his genitals because he was like a brother to me.
Wouldn't it be if you kick somebody off of you and they get off of you and they're standing there and you turn the light on, would you not like take them all in, like, what the heck are you doing? And to me, you would look like, did that really just happen? That you kind of would look there. And owie, if he just unzipped his zipper, that seems painful for both. I don't know. This story is very strange. And if you, I don't know the layout of the bedroom, but if you've only been in there like once or twice, the way she kind of sounded, how in the world is he going to find his way around in the dark? and not be bumping into things. But apparently that didn't matter because 2 shots of tequila put her completely out. Where she said it didn't, but she's sloppy eating peanuts. She can't see the TV. She's so out from the 2 shots of tequila that she doesn't feel this weird. Did she say she had maternity underwear on? I don't know. And those have to be like forcefully ripped. That doesn't wake you up. The motion finally wakes you up. Then you hit the beard, realize it's not your husband. Then the police come. But those 2 shots of tequila have now worn off so fast that you're fine. Did I get that right? Is that like it? Me too, Chrissy. I, I I mean, I am trying. I'm trying to be open-minded because we have just I'm not making any final judgment here. Just going by what we have so far. It's strange. And I was thinking that very same thing, Chrissy. That reminds me of the aunt, the niece, and the boyfriend. Yeah, she must have had like the Johnny Depp mega pint shot glasses. I don't know. This doesn't make me feel good at all. Well, I feel like it's Twilight Zone every day here. This doesn't make me feel good because I want to believe that if somebody's going to make this allegation and destroy a person's life, that it's true. Because this could potentially destroy his life. He could go to prison. I don't know. And didn't catch when he said, didn't the wife, the guys at the defendant's wife, call and tell you something? There wasn't an answer there. Or tell her husband something. There was something in there about one spouse saying something to the other spouse, but I didn't hear the answer. So if you guys caught it, because I figured that those 2 were having an affair. That's what I figured was coming. But I didn't hear any answer come out. And then it was all this twisty, windy, he spent a lot of time over at their house conversation between her and his wife. I don't know how much she stands to lose, but he stands to lose his freedom and probably everything else. I don't know. I don't know. This makes my stomach hurt. Okay, so you guys didn't hear an answer either. Okay. Well, yeah. Well, Roseanne, I don't know. I mean, her husband believes her. He's coming up next. So I don't know that she's going to lose anything. He's going to lose everything, and maybe already has. I mean, if they were having an affair and she brought it to this, that's wrong. But I mean, I'm trying. I am trying. We don't have all the evidence. So oh, I'm not saying he shouldn't believe her, Chrissy. I'm just my husband would believe me. But didn't if my story kind of didn't make sense, he would definitely question me to make sure that I did have my facts correct before I I guess I went and to accuse somebody of doing something like that to me. Not saying that he wouldn't be like, we need to call the police and the authorities and everything like that moment when I said something happened. But if my story was really just so discombobulated like this one is, he would question me. He would definitely, are you sure that you're not like you weren't so drunk that you aren't remembering this correctly, or maybe you thought something happened and it didn't, or maybe something did happen that you don't think happened. There's a lot of things that he would make sure that, and in private and not like in an accusatory fashion. I'm not trying to make him sound bad. I just know him, and I would do the same with him. Like, your story better match what you're saying happened. Then it needs to match what happened, if that makes sense. Because you're going to have conversations about it, maybe. Because, if it really did happen to her, she may not want to talk about it at all. I don't know. Man, I am all over the place. These cases make my brain work. What the heck? Darn it.
No, I'm fine. Let's go.
Isn't it true that when investigators came in and started taking your items, the bedding and stuff, isn't it true you were really concerned about if you were gonna get those things back?
Yeah, I didn't know how this process worked.
And so,
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't want it back, but I was just more like, what's going on?
but didn't you ask, hey, don't I get these back, or are you guys gonna keep them forever?
Yeah, I didn't know how this process worked.
So you're worried about getting your bedding back? And
Not the bedding, no. The mattress and everything was gone like the next day. Everything in that room.
go back for me. When you say that you turn the light on, you're like, get out of here, you are sitting there talking.
We weren't sitting.
Or
I was sitting, he was standing.
he was standing. And you go down, and he leaves, and you go downstairs, you call a friend.
Yeah.
That friend never answered, you never talked to nobody.
No.
Okay. And is there a reason you didn't go out to your husband right then?
I mean, honestly, it was more of a shock to me to put this in my head that this guy, Dylan, was the one who did this to me. So for my husband, I knew that he would think the same thing. This is shocking. What do you do? How am I supposed to tell him that his best friend just did this to me? Because it's insane.
And what about when Dylan came back? He just goes back in the house and gets his phone?
No, he snatched my phone out of my hand.
Mhm.
And then he threw it back to me. And then he ran inside. And at that time, I was trying to wake up my husband.
Okay. And so he goes inside and you still are not down there to get your husband. You had your phone with you, right?
Yes.
You didn't call 911. You just been raped. The guy's back for the second time.
Yeah,
You don't call anybody.
it's a small town. He's related to the sheriff. I know that this is I didn't know what to do. I wanted to get my husband up. He's the first person that needed to be up in this.
Do you know, after you got your husband up, and you said Dylan had already gone by the time,
That is correct.
how far was your husband away? How far was they away from you?
We have a 3-story house. So middle floor, there's a deck, and then there's stairs to get down to like the driveway. And then there's like more steps going all the way down to the like patio basement area, and they were in the yard. Like from the steps in the bottom level of the house, I guess.
15, 20 yards from,
Sure.
and then, do you know why you didn't call 911 instead of just, you called the regular police line?
I didn't call the police or any line. My husband was doing that. I kind of forgot how to use a phone at that time. I was just kind of shaken and what just happened to me.
But you tried to call a friend first.
I did. She was the one I called right before we were talking. For him to come.
So when you got to the hospital, and where did you go for that?
To Nova,
Okay, Clarksville.
yes.
Do you remember when they were telling you about where to go, detective was and telling you where to go? You remember saying, well, how long am I going to be there? Was it going to be there all day? You remember saying that?
I mean, it was early morning, yeah.
Okay, so you were worried about how long you were going to be
I
there?
didn't really know what the situation was like when someone's raped, what the protocol was, the things that they take, and how long you're going to be at a hospital.
So just, I'm going to go back. It's your testimony today that Dylan sneaks into a dark house, comes up to your steps, unzips his pants, takes your tampon out, rips your panties, and you never wake up until somebody's having sex with you.
I mean, if you want to picture that, then sure.
Is
I
that,
don't know what happened because I was sleeping, so I can't tell you what time he came in and what he did before.
but you know you didn't take your tampon out.
I did not take my tampon out.
You didn't rip your panties.
No, I've never, I'm not that kind of person.
Okay. Okay. Does your husband rip your panties?
No, not at all. I'd be pretty upset if he did.
Okay. So did you not find it really weird when your panties are getting ripped?
I didn't know that my panties were ripped. At that point, I thought my underwear was missing. That's why I helped search for them.
I have 1 second, John.
But
I mean, unless he cut him.
Speaker.
he's just for a moment. So just sit back.
You know, unless like he had a knife on him and cut him, but that would be obvious. I think that wouldn't look like a rip. Maybe.
No further. No further, I'm
All
sorry.
right, thank you. Mr. Turnbull, you may redirect.
So, Ms. Mounts, you woke up in the middle of the night with a man who's been your friend for a long time on top.
That's correct.
Did you know how you were supposed to react to that?
No,
Did you know what to do after that?
no,
Is it a fair assessment to say you were kind of freaking out? I think you used those terms actually.
that was, yeah.
And I don't mean to be crude, but do you know if Mr. Clary had penetrated you that night?
I didn't. I knew that I had a tampon in, and so I didn't know if I was like feeling the tampon being pushed in. I knew that I was having sex, I didn't know exactly what I was feeling.
Now, not knowing the tampon wasn't in there, you know that y'all had sex.
I assume, yeah.
Okay. And then you didn't know who to call or what to do afterwards. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
And then you said everything in the room, you got rid of that the next day. Why is that?
It was like 2 days after, I didn't want to go upstairs. We slept in the living room for like a week and bought all new mattresses, new bed, new everything around the room because I didn't want to sleep. I was ready to like sell the house because every day would be a reminder of what happened. And just for me, it was really hard to, the emotions that I didn't think that this person would ever do that to me.
And you said you and your husband each had tried to rip a different pair of this underwear after the fact, just to, I guess, see.
Because they're maternity underwear, they're like spandex, like they're stretchable, they're not rippable underwear.
Right.
Like it means that there's force, it's not.
Y'all tried to do that to see the force that would be required to do it.
Well, I mean, I did at first, and then, because I was like, these things aren't rippable, like how would you even do that? And then I had him try because he's a man, and he couldn't do it.
That's all you're on.
Anything further? Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
It was maternity underwear.
Mr. Turnbow, do you want her to remain out of the courtroom or you want to allow her to remain in the courtroom?
She can stay in court.
All right. You may stay in the courtroom if you'd like, Ms. Mounts.
Oh, Tyler Mounts.
All right, here comes her husband.
So raise your right hand. Let's push into it.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You state your name for the jury, please, sir.
Tyler Mounts.
You gotta be a
You're gonna
little
have to
closer.
speak up, Ms. Mounts, as much as you
Tyler
can.
Mounts.
There you go. You gotta get kind of close to it before it works. And Mr. Mounts, are you married?
Yes,
Is Tabitha Mounts your wife?
yes,
About how long have y'all been married?
12 years.
Okay. And do you know Dylan Clary?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Dylan?
We were childhood friends.
All right, so you've known him a long time.
Yes,
Has he been over to your house before?
yes, yes,
Multiple times?
yes,
Take you back to September 11th of 2021. Were you having a camp out in the backyard with your older daughter?
yes,
And then if you called Dylan or talked to Dylan that day,
yes, I did.
and what'd you talk about?
I called him and invited him over.
Okay. Did Dylan know that you were gonna have a camp out with your daughter that night?
Yes, he did.
All right, how did he know that?
So I talked to him the day before, I believe.
Okay. And what was that conversation like? Or what did you say to him about the camp out?
I told him that I was planning on a camp out with my daughter, and he was like, "That's awesome. You're a good father. That's really cool."
All right. And so you told him the day before you were having the camp out?
Yes,
And then while y'all were outside, is that when you called to invite him over?
yes,
Was it just kind of, hey, you want to drop by and hang out kind of thing?
yes.
Do you recall about what time that was?
Around 9:30, 10, I believe,
Do you recall what time you went to bed?
that I went to bed.
Yes, sir.
Around 11:30.
Had Mr. Clary been by your house when you went to bed?
No,
And after you put your kids to bed, did you and your wife kind of hang out around the campfire?
yes,
Did y'all have a few drinks?
yes,
You recall what you were drinking?
Yeah.
Okay. And let me ask you this, did you smoke cigarettes at the time?
yes, sir, I did.
What'd you smoke?
LMs.
Okay. Are you aware if Ms. Mounts text Mr. Clary to bring you cigarettes?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Did you ask her to do that?
Yes,
Okay. Did she smoke L&M cigarettes or she smoked something else?
she smoked something else.
So are you aware of any other conversations that you or Ms. Mounts had with Mr. Clary that night?
No.
So after you went to bed, I assume your daughter was already asleep in the tent.
Yes,
After you went to sleep, what's the next thing you know?
I was woken up by my wife, hysterical, trying to get inside the tent. I got the tent open and she grabbed hold of me and held on and was profusely crying. And my daughter kept saying, "Mom, why are you crying?" I was just trying to console my wife.
And so after she told you well, I should ask you this. You don't have to say what she said. Did she tell you what happened?
Yes, she did.
And after that, did you encourage her to call the police?
Yes, I did.
And are you actually the one who made the call to the police?
Yes, I am.
And you called the non-emergency line.
Yes, I did.
Why?
So I had the dispatch number saved in my phone, and at the time, that was the only thing I could think of to call.
And why'd you have dispatch saved in your phone?
I don't know.
Do you have family members that work there?
Yes,
or
yes,
something?
I have two cousins that are police.
Okay. And had you called them there before? Or do you know?
No, not that I'm sure.
Had the number in your phone?
I just knew I had the number in my phone.
Okay. This was a little after midnight, is that right?
Yes,
And so you're just trying to wake up and figure out what's going on. You're told this by your wife and trying to figure out what to do from there. Is that a fair characterization?
correct.
And did you ever see Mr. Clary that night at all?
No, sir.
And then after you called the police came to your house and kind of took their investigation from there?
Yes, they did.
That's my question, Jim.
Cox, you have a question?
Mouse, how long have you and your wife been married?
12 years.
And prior, you and Dylan and his wife and your wife were all friends, correct?
Correct.
Sometime a few years ago, y'all, there was a falling out. Is that correct?
Yeah, when we went through a period where we didn't talk.
Okay. And is that something that Dylan's wife had told you about your wife?
No,
Had nothing to do with anything?
no,
What was the falling out about? Do you know?
I'm not for sure. Didn't speak. We just kind of in our separate ways for a while and didn't speak.
Even though you'd been best friends since fourth grade?
Yes,
He was the best man in your wedding?
yes,
You don't know what argument or the disagreement was about?
no, sir.
Call disagreement that happened just a few months prior to this incident in September. That happened at the between your wife and Miss Clary at the casino.
Do you remember something like that? Yes.
You know what that was about?
We were just remember my wife saying, "Where's your husband?" While we were sitting inside the casino eating dinner at a restaurant.
Dylan was there too. At
He
the
was-
casino.
At the casino, yes.
And isn't it true that you told Detective Saltkill, I just can't believe this. I can't believe he would do anything like this. This is not like Dylan.
It was unexpected, yes.
You've been friends with him forever.
Correct.
Your wife testified that you took a pair of underwear that she had on that night and tried to rip them. Did you do
She had several pairs. This was after this incident.
that? And did you try to rip them?
I tried,
And you couldn't?
could not.
And your goatee, you had that for how long?
A while,
Okay, did you have that back in September of 2011?
yes,
And would you agree with me that Mr. Clary did not have that full face beard in 2011, did he?
Do not recall.
So I don't want to get personal with you, but we got to understand a little bit. When you and your wife, is it common for you to ever remove a tampon from her to have sex?
I have before,
You have removed her tampon to have sex? Is it common for you to rip her panties?
never
Never? And you said you tried, couldn't rip them.
tried, no.
I have 1 second, Your Honor.
It kind of changed things a little bit, didn't it? He had facial hair and he didn't have as much facial hair. Did they have the same amount kind of facial hair, like the same length?
Mount, that's all I have.
All right. You have to read it right?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may stand down and have a seat in the courtroom if you'd like. Kimberly, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, our next witness will be Investigator Saltfield. It's going to be rather lengthy. So if you want to go ahead with that.
By lengthy, you mean?
There's some videos we have to play, Judge. It'll be over an hour.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we usually take our break in the afternoon.
They're going to lunch. I don't know about you guys. I don't know if that changed. That was interesting. The whole facial hair was interesting. And I was believing him, and I'm not saying that I'm about to get raided. I'm not saying that I don't believe him, but I do think that they may have discussed whatever that the wife and the husband here may have discussed whatever that falling out was about. They weren't going to discuss that. Because you would remember if you had a big falling out with your best friend. And then you wouldn't be like, well, I don't know. We just didn't talk. We just quit talking. You know, her story was we quit talking because life. Get that one, happens all the time. His story was, yes, I'm having kind of, we stopped talking, but I don't remember why. I don't believe him. Now I am kind of beginning to think something happened between those two, between the wife and the friend. They just said that it wasn't like it is now. So, Gabby, so I don't know. Like, was it like his goatee? George, I'm not putting that up. I don't know. Man, I hate feeling like this. I really, really do. All right, so they're going to argue for a second here because the opening statement by the defense about the defendant has never been arrested and charged with what he's been charged with grape. But the judge kind of explains that a little bit here, and so it was interesting. So we need to listen.
It will be irrelevant and not.
Back it up just for a second.
Anything before we do?
Judge, the only thing, just based on Mr. Cox's opening, with the, I would say that the probable cause or whether or not law enforcement arrested Clary would be irrelevant and not admissible. based on the court's prior ruling about the opinion that it's not.
Oh, the grand jury's action established probable cause.
Right.
And the question of whether or not there was probable cause and the opinion of the officer is just that, an opinion. And it does not seem to me that that would be admissible. My prior ruling is that the grand jury's action cured any defect anyway. But once the grand jury is returned, and it's not unusual for a person not to be arrested until the grand jury has taken action. And I assume that Mr. Carter that the defendant in this case has been in fact booked, that Mr. Clary has been booked and processed through that. So while he might not have been gone out and arrested per se, he has been charged and fingerprinted and booked like any other criminal defendant, and who would be indicted on a presentment from the grand jury without having been arrested on the general sessions level. So I don't see how it would be relevant. I'll let Mr. Cox make his argument if he wants to, but I don't
And I
see
just-
how.
Apologize.
So
I just request a jury out, I guess, before we go into that.
All right. Anytime before any questions are raised about that particular issue, then I think it's appropriate to have a jury out hearing.
I think it'd be appropriate for me to be able to ask him if he made any arrests in this case.
Well, I think that's true. But
I
I don't want to mislead the jury to think that your client has just voluntarily shown up for court and has never been officially charged. Because when we talk about that there were no arrests made, clearly there was an indictment or a presentment rather of the grand jury, and that grand jury was a finding of probable cause for the returning of that. So I'm reluctant to mislead the jury into somehow thinking that no arrests were made, so therefore there was no determination of probable cause. If you go into it, I think it would be appropriate to then have an instruction given to the jury that the grand jury returning a presentment is a finding of probable cause, the same as the probable cause for an arrest. So
I don't disagree or have a problem. But I do think I should have the ability to talk about his investigation, what he found and learned from his investigation, and whether an arrest was made during his investigation.
And I agree with that, and oftentimes there are cases that are presented to the grand jury without an arrest, so that the grand jury can make that determination. So
Yes.
I think it would be fair game for you to ask that question about whether Detective Saltkill decided or made an arrest in the case. I don't think it's appropriate for him to say, I don't think I have probable cause, or in my opinion, I didn't have probable cause. I think that it would, I know you're not asking for the court's opinion, but it is my opinion that if you ask the question of whether or not he made an arrest, the state would have the right to then come back in and just simply say, are there other cases that are presented to the grand jury without an initial arrest? And that would be clarified, but whatever. We'll do with it if we have to with the jury out here.
Yes.
All right, and we're ready for the jury.
There you go. I don't know, because my numbers are weird and all over the place and I don't trust them. I would say no, but I don't know. I'll put it up on the screen. Maybe she's watching. All right, I need the put the closed captions back up. Bring in the jury. Where was the jury? Like outside? Yeah, I think that defense attorney is tall. The state attorneys are not. Oh, hello.
Some of them requested more note-taking paper.
Someone what?
More paper to
Sorry.
write notes on.
More paper. All right, thank you. You can have a seat.
There's a juror on there.
We'll find some paper for you.
I'm just waiting for them to take the juror off.
If that's not enough, I've got several legal pads I can hand out on them.
They need to move. Move that camera.
All right.
All
And
right.
we're ready for you to call your next witness.
Investigator Saltgill, huh?
Closed caption is covered.
Come
All right,
down
you
and
can't
raise
see.
your right
You
hand.
can just see his shirt.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, I'm waiting for this guy to spell his name.
Could you state your name for the jury, please, sir?
Dana Saltkill,
And how are you employed?
Stewart County Sheriff's Department.
And what do you do there?
I'm an investigator with the Sheriff's Department,
How long have you been an investigator?
over 8 years.
Been to investigative schools, things, processing crime scene.
Sorry, I'm trying to get. Why won't that go off of there? It's like I tried to cover up the juror. Now it just won't behave. And I really wanted him to spell his name. Saltkill. What is his name?
Things like that.
That's
There
correct.
we go.
And did you become involved in this case back from September 11th of 2021?
That's correct.
And were you called out by the patrol deputies that were there?
That is correct.
And did you go to the residence?
Yes, I did.
What was going on when you got there?
Once I got there, I talked to the deputies. They told me kind of what they saw when we got there. I walked up on the porch, Tyler and, or Mr. Mounts and Miss Mount both on the porch. I believe Miss Mount went into the house to take care of the dog. It was barking at the time while I was out there. I think I had a slight conversation with Mr. Mount.
Okay. And do you recall around what time this was?
I believe I got called out around 2 o'clock in the morning. AM.
So really early morning hours of September 11th.
That's correct.
And so did you speak with Mr. and Miss Mounts?
That's correct.
All right. And we won't get into those conversations, but what else did you do other than speaking with them?
Spoke with them. After speaking with them, we went upstairs. Well, first I took pictures of the outside, the entrance, the house, residence, upstairs, evidence that I was going to take. We bagged up evidence, went back down, put it in my car, interviewed Miss Mounts again while she was at the kitchen table.
All right. So let's go over some of your scene photographs there. I'm going to hand you a series of photographs here that I'm going to attempt to put on the TV. Our technology at work. This is a kind of a blurry photograph that I have over here, Investigator Saltgill. Do you have that same photograph?
Yes, I do.
Can you describe to the jury what this is?
This is at the residence at 128 Little OJ Drive. The two deputy vehicles right there. I'm in the driveway, and usually I try to take a picture of the overall residence. Just
And the driveway, it's kind of a lengthy driveway. At least it looks that way in the picture. Is that how it looks in person?
yeah, it's a lengthy driveway. It's pretty rocky entrance to the house. There's several houses on this road.
Kind of estimate that the first exhibit.
You want to make this an exhibit?
Yes, sir.
It's exhibit 2. That's
Investigator Saltgill, do you have another picture?
Yes, I do.
Technology is once again cooperating. So if you will just hold that up for the jury and describe it for them.
This picture right here is the inside of the residence, the front door. Right here is the stairway.
And this is the front door off the porch.
So when you come down the driveway, is that the door that you would just naturally go in?
You know, right here is the front porch, go up a couple steps, this front porch. You go to your left-hand side, and this is where the door is right here.
Has to make that the next exhibit.
Detective, when you're gonna make an exhibit, just hand it to me and we'll eliminate a step. Okay.
And the next picture there?
This is the stairway in the residence leading up to the bedroom.
And were you actually standing on that to take a picture of the front door there?
Yes,
So it's directly to the left of when you come in the house?
that's correct.
Right. And what's upstairs?
The bedroom,
Okay.
this mouse bedroom.
Is there anything else upstairs?
There's bedroom, the bedroom bed, dressers.
Okay. It's just bedrooms up there?
Yeah.
All right. The next exhibit, please, Your Honor. And then what's the next picture show?
Next one is a picture of the bed. The left side looking at the bed, it's up in the bedroom itself.
And is that Miss Mount's bedroom or Mr. and Miss Mount's bedroom?
That's correct.
All right, and that's the bed where this incident took place.
That's correct.
Has to make that the next exhibit.
Fine.
You should have one more photograph, I believe.
That is correct.
All right, what's that depict?
This is on the right-hand side of the bedroom.
Same bedroom, same bed, just showing the right-hand side.
That's correct.
This is Mr. and Miss Mount's bed as well.
That's correct.
Has to make that the next exhibit, Your Honor. And while you were there, after you processed the scene, you collected your evidence, got your pictures, did you advise Miss Mounts to go have a rape kit done?
Yes, I did.
Right, and that was at Tenova?
Yes, I did.
And then she gave testimony about them doing the DNA swabs and that sort of thing. Did you pick up that evidence from Tenova?
Yes, I did.
What'd you do with it after that?
Once I picked it up, I brought it back to our evidence locker and that's where it stayed till we took the TBI.
Okay, so it went from your possession to the evidence locker and then the TBI for testing?
That's correct.
Okay, and is there a pair of underwear in that rape kit as well?
Yes, it is.
All right, do you have gloves with you?
Yes, I did.
There better be some peanut shells on that bed. How do you sloppy eat peanuts if you don't leave traces?
And so this was in the kit that was collected by the hospital, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so same thing with the underwear, went from the hospital to your possession, evidence to TBI?
That's correct.
Pretty much.
Are those the underwear that Ms. Mounts had described to you?
It is the underwear that she's described.
Okay, I realize you never saw them in her possession. You got them from the hospital, right?
That's correct. The first time, I guess I saw these underwears on 4/9/2024 when we opened the box on our evidence locker.
Okay, and that was for an evidence viewing for both sides to see? Because when you got it, it was in a sealed package.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
correct.
And are those underwear ripped in the crotch area?
They look ripped in the crotch area.
Okay. Completely torn in two?
Yes.
So he didn't look at it for 3 years? I mean, they are evidence. That's weird, because you could have looked at them to see were they cut? Were they ripped? What happened? Were they old? Were they threadbare? Oh my gosh. He didn't look at them at all? I don't like that. That's weird.
We can put that back in the box and make those the next exhibit, Your Honor.
especially because they're a
Is it
big part
seven?
of this. Everybody's made a big deal about them. I apologize if you can hear my dog snoring. It's not my stomach for once. She's laying right outside the door. She snores very loudly.
All right, and then after you process the scene, Ms. Mounts wants to know, but what'd you do?
After we processed the scene, collected all the evidence to the back of my office and, went ahead and done what I had to do, all the paperwork and put that down with it.
Okay. And as far as the investigation, did you go and speak with Mr. Clary on September 11th, the early morning hours?
Yeah, okay, we'll back up. I'm sorry. Having the evidence in my patrol car, I did, go with the other two officers to his house and did speak with Mr. Clary.
All right, was that early in the morning?
Yeah, that was way early.
Let me see if I can get that to play. Computer's acting up.
He's reading. Is he there reading his report? Don't they usually just let you refresh your memory with that? Defense, where are you? He looks. I don't like this guy. He seems very nonchalant about the whole thing. What's he doing? It's almost. He's like almost too relaxed for me. But he's over there looking at stuff that. What's he? They don't generally just let that happen. Yeah, your memory refresh now? Did you read the whole thing?
So, Investigator Schofield, did you have a body camera at the time?
Yes, I did.
And did you have it active for this interview?
Do what? I'm sorry.
Did you have your body camera activated for the interview with Mr.
Yes, I
Clary?
did.
I shouldn't say I don't like this guy. That's
We'll
kind
just play you a clip first to see if you can identify the video and then.
There we go. Oh, watch out for the beeps. You've been warned.
I know that's just a small clip. Do you recognize that as being your body camera from the night of?
Yes, that's, Mr. Clary's house.
Oh,
There were no beeps.
and the time on here says 5:26. Would that be about accurate?
Yes, in my report, I've got around 5:30 a.m. in the morning.
And so
That
you
we
went,
made contact.
okay, so you went, knocked on the door. Obviously, everyone was asleep, so it took Mr. Clary a couple minutes to come knock on the door.
That's correct.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, sorry to wake you. I'm investigator Dan Salty. I'm with the sheriff department. Yeah. We're out here because we got to talk to you about where you've been tonight. Yes, sir. Okay. You care if we set up a table or something?
I don't care.
Okay.
Well, my wife and kids are asleep.
Okay, we don't wanna wake them. Well, where you been tonight?
I went by, have a seat.
Okay, I appreciate it.
I went by my buddy Anthony Grisner's.
A little dark out here.
And I went by my buddy Tyler's and I'll come home.
Okay. What'd you do over to Tyler? What time did you get over to Tyler's?
I wasn't there long.
Okay. About how long was you there?
Not too long,
Okay. You know what time you got there?
about midnight.
Okay. About midnight?
Yeah.
Okay. Who'd you talk to when you got over there?
Tyler was asleep and, I talked to his old lady.
Okay, all right. Let me just, I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? And that's the way I am, okay? Have y'all talked before you went over there? Did y'all text or anything saying, hey, I was gonna come over? Okay, let me just stop you right there, okay? I need you to be truthful as you ever can be to me, because what I'm looking at right now is some serious stuff, okay? And with you being truthful, I don't need you to lie to me one bit, okay? Whatever happened there, I need to know.
Right.
Because this is gonna affect you the rest of your life. You understand that?
I tell you.
Okay, and that's why I'm giving you this opportunity, because I need to know the truth of what happened tonight, okay?
I'll tell you.
Okay, so you got there around 12 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you and the wife, Tabitha, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you and her talk on the phone today?
Yeah, I think she texted me once.
Okay, what'd she text you?
Something about a pack of cigarettes.
Okay. Did you bring up the pack of cigarettes
No.
over? Okay. And you went over around 12 o'clock? Okay. Then what happened?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I kinda know what you got going on. And
Okay.
Tabitha's always hit on me and me and her had sex.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Tell me about the conversation leading up to y'all having sex.
Well, she came to the door and that's about it. I think she'd been drinking.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So she texted you, I think around 10:19, 10:30. That's what the text said on the phone. Okay. And but you're saying you got there around 12 o'clock.
I'd say it was around 12. I mean, I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
for sure.
Okay. Have you been drinking it tonight?
I mean, a little bit, I wasn't drunk.
Right. I mean, nobody's faulting for that. I mean,
Right.
Well,
what did she tell y'all?
I'm looking into rape.
Rape?
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's serious. Okay. And that's what I'm saying. Well, it all depends on what we're talking about here. Okay. So,
I don't know. Jesus Christ, I got a family, I got a daughter, and I got a wife.
mm-hmm.
I ain't raped anybody.
Okay, you get there. Now I'm gonna pick your brain. Okay.
Can we go back around with cigarettes?
Sure, come on.
So I think their facial hair is probably pretty close at that time, but it looks like he probably maybe, depending on what the guy on the stand today looked like back then, I don't know. But it's not like he has now. It's just here. And it's not super long. But maybe longer than her husband's. Maybe. I don't know. Weird that he would instantly go to, she flirts with me all the time. Not a good friend. He's not a good friend. And she made a point to say, I never flirted with him. I believe I'm with you, Gabby. There's something else going on here. We haven't got to it yet. But there's something else going on. Oh, I thought their video was buffering. I was like, I know that feeling. But there's not many beeps yet, though.
I know it's a bad situation, and that's why I'm wanting the truth and get everything situated. She's saying that I raped. Yes, sir. You don't have any weapons in here, do you? No. Okay. It ain't nothing. Hang on, let me go inside and get a cigarette, please. We just, I mean, what am I gonna do to clear this up? Well, just talk to me right now, okay? I'm talking. Okay, I know you are. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. And like I said, this is very serious. And what you tell me tonight is how I go with this, okay? When you got there, where'd you park your vehicle at? I pulled about halfway down the driveway. Okay. How did you park in the driveway? Do you remember that? Yeah. Did you park in the driveway this way? Did you go this way? Did you go this way? Did you turn your truck around and go out this way? How was you parked in the driveway? Shit. I mean, I pulled in there. I don't really recall. I just pulled in there. Okay. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. So, all right, you got there, you pulled in. Was you close to the house or did you have to walk to the house? I was about halfway. Okay. All right. So you walked down. What happened then? I went down there and I hollered for Tyler. I told to Tyler, but I ain't got good service over there. And I never heard him. And then she come downstairs and was at the door, and I walked to the door. Okay. And that's whenever I went inside. Okay. So when she come to the door, what did you say and what did she say? It was just small talk. Like what? Hey, where's Tyler? Who's outside? You know. Okay. So she invited you in? Yeah. Okay. So after you went in, what happened? You know, she got to talking. And she has always hit on me. Okay. It's always, and he's always noticed it, and he's always got mad about it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know what you mean. So you go in the house. Do y'all sit on the couch? Do you sit on the at the kitchen table? I wasn't there no time. No. Okay. What happened then? We went straight upstairs. Okay. If you want to know the truth. Yeah, I really I want to know the truth. Okay. Do you recall what she was wearing? Yeah. Okay, what was she wearing? It was a black one piece. Okay. Did she have any panties on? I don't think so. Okay. So did she have any shorts on? Did she have what clothing did she have on when she answered the door? Just a black one piece. Okay. So the one piece itself, did it snap like underwear or? And I don't think so. You don't think so? Was she not wearing underwear? I didn't. No, I don't think so. Okay. Because we ripped them off. Okay. You ripped them off or she ripped them off? She told me to rip them off. Okay. What happened to them? I grabbed the crotch and ripped them. Okay. Well, I mean, what happened to the underwear? Did you throw them somewhere? I don't think so. Okay. If I did, I don't know. You know, I can't remember. Okay. You got there, you small talk. You said y'all went upstairs. Is that correct? That's what you said? Yeah. Okay. When you got upstairs, what happened then?
We had sex.
Okay, let me back up, okay? I'm just using your words. You got there, you went upstairs, somewhere or another underwear came off. What happened? Where did the underwear come off between the bed or on the bed? When you got upstairs, tell me when the underwear came off.
Her underwear? On the bed.
On the bed?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember what side of the bed you was on?
Right side.
Right side, okay. And did she take her underwear off or did you take her underwear off?
No, Gabby, her husband was not fine with it. No, that's what the openings, that's what they were saying in opening. His defense counsel was saying in openings. Yes, they had relations. So his DNA is going to be there. It was consensual. He's saying she was always flirting with him. That's what made her husband mad, which kind of makes sense with them being so vague about what they've been mad about, what their falling out was about, what the wife called him about. That makes sense. But no, he wasn't. I don't think he was fine with it, would have been fine with it or anything else. I don't know. I don't know. We need some more puzzle pieces from Chrissy. Like this puzzle is very incomplete.
I don't remember there being no underwear.
I
Okay.
mean,
But you just said you just snatched them off.
I don't know if we do or not, George. I don't know. I'm gonna sound like a bitch if I say this. Women know women. We're not always right. But I would say our radar's pretty good about catching BS, to put it nicely. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it, I'm not saying he's being 100% truthful. He's at least given us more of what they weren't wanting to give up, the husband and the wife. I think they just were like, we're not talking about this. They would not talk about the fight. He just said what it was. So he's already given us more. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that that's all you guys do, but you think about it a lot.
The black little black.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So you don't remember no underwear, but you remember
Yeah.
tearing that off of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not all the way,
Yeah,
but
okay. Did you penetrate it? Did you put your penis inside?
He's like,
yeah.
Okay. All right.
But it wasn't no forcibly like.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
I mean, I wasn't wrestling anybody as a George, you know, I mean.
Right. That at any time, did she tell you she was on her period?
No,
Okay.
she kicked me and I got up and left.
Okay. What'd she kick you for?
I don't know.
Okay.
So,
So,
well, I tell you,
okay.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know, but I did think about it after I left. I was like, oh, you know, it's fun. But, I think that Tabitha was drunk or messed up and, I mean, just already felt guilty and kicked me and said, what are you doing? And I got up and left.
Okay.
You know,
All right.
I swear to you, if there's anything I am, it ain't a raper or a child molester or a murderer or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
Now, hell, I'm just a good old comfortable. I mean, I've worked around all y'all guys, changing out poles and stuff.
Let me ask something. Okay. I'm just trying to pick your brain here, okay? I'm not saying you're right, I'm not saying you did, but I'm just trying to pick your brain, okay? So you came in to the bottom floor. Did y'all start kissing automatically? Okay. You started talking. Did y'all sit down? Okay. So when you came in, you started talking, stood at the door. That's in your words, correct? Yeah. Okay. Then what led to going upstairs?
I mean, that's just nothing verbal. That's just kind of how it was headed, you know?
Mm-hmm. Have y'all talked about this beforehand?
No,
Okay.
no, and I'll tell you something, I know better than to do anything like this,
Uh-huh.
because years ago, the night before she got married, she slept with a guy in Nashville.
Okay.
My wife was the only one there.
Okay.
And, a couple years after that, it was a couple years after that, she comes to the house and, Tyler comes to the house, her and Tyler got into it, and my wife broke down and told my friend what had happened.
Okay.
And it sent the whole relationship into a tailspin. Right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, well, let me concentrate on tonight, okay?
Yeah.
Or yesterday, last night, whatever you want to call it.
All right, there you have it. She slept with somebody before they got married. His wife was there, and his wife told the alleged victim's husband that she did that before they got married. Maybe I don't know if it was a bachelor party. He said Nashville, right? That's where y'all go for bachelorette parties these days. You know, back in my day, we just had them at our house or at a bar, whatever. They weren't an event. Uh, and so they stopped talking. Is this revenge? Man, that just adds a whole different thing.
So y'all went upstairs, more or less ripped her nightie off, one piece off. Okay.
It was right across of it.
Right. Right. Okay. You had sex with her, correct?
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think we had sex over 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay.
And then
And then she kind of realized
It's like,
what was happening.
well, I tell you what, I went back after that,
Uh-huh.
cause I left my phone
Right.
and I went back.
What was the conversation like?
And she was pissed. She was pissed then.
Okay. What'd she say to you?
What are you doing? I'm gonna throw up. So she told me. And I said, Heather, what are you talking about? I can't believe you done this.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Cooperating, man, that's a good thing for me.
I
Okay.
want this on to go on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand that.
But I promise you, it wasn't no rape involved. You know,
Let me ask something. Did you,
I don't think she felt rejected, Gabby. I think she was pissed because she was told on. His wife told her husband that she stepped out on him or she slept with somebody else before they got married. She's pissed. So, no, I don't think there's any rejection there. I don't know if it does or not, George. It's just wrapping my brain around this. And I agree, Roseanne. So far, there has not been enough here to destroy this guy's life. So far. I'm going to. That's all I can say so far. So, my opinion can change and might. I have the right to do that. Uh, it would be very evil, George, if that's what's happening here. Um, but man, people do bad things. People get mad. Well, thank you. I still reserve the option for it to change. Well, I'm glad I could clear it up for somebody. But yeah. And he keeps talking about this One Piece thing. Well, yes, me too. Like, why would he just go do this? But yeah, a trap does kind of work at this moment. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Like the One Piece, like bodysuit thing is what I was thinking that he's thinking about that would snap in the crotch. There's Gabby's word of the day. Uh, that he could rip open and not necessarily have to rip underwear. But then he said that she didn't have any underwear on or that she did. I don't know. He doesn't know. It was dark. But he keeps going back to a one piece. So, yes. Or it could have been romper with like shorts, right? Huh. I kind of thinking that. I mean, right at this point, Roseanne, I don't think there's enough here to ruin his life. And man, George, I hope that's not the case. I hope this isn't a plan by both of them because they're mad. And yes, you got me to say crotch twice on stream. Thumbs up. Ah, let's keep going down this twisted road.
Film inside of her, did you ejaculate? Yeah, I don't think it's inside of her. Okay. So, but yeah, okay. So, okay. So you finished? Yeah. Okay, she kicked you off. Was there any other conversation after she got mad? What'd she say to you after she got mad? She was pissed. Okay. You know, and was she pissed because, and I'm not making light of this, but was she pissed because it was such shortness, you know, and she didn't have a chance to come? Maybe. Okay. You know, I mean, I don't know. After she got pissed, she's kind of like, you remember exactly what she said to you?
All
Yeah,
right,
she said she knows
morning
she's
up.
gonna be sick. I was a piece of shit. Why would I do this? And I said, Dad, what are you talking about? Right. And me and her came sit there and talk for a second. I said, is everything all right? Is everything all right? Just, you know. And I said, you know, and I said, I kind of done like that. And after you, okay, what clothes did you have on tonight? I had on my area work pants. Okay. And cut off sleeve shirt. Okay. Do you mind if I get those? I mean, I don't care. Okay. I'll go in and get them. Okay. Why don't you go in and get them, get your cigarette, and come on back out and talk to me, okay?
Stop.
So just a couple things.
Funny, your brother asked the same thing, Carmen. And yes, Roseanne got it right. A soap opera. It's a he said, she said moment, Carmen. And maybe we just got to the point of it's maybe revenge from she said. Because she, the wife here, had already been told on for having I wouldn't call it an affair. Sounds like a one night stand. I'm not reading your comment, Gabby. Neither one of them.
There, um, he told you initially when he got to the house, she came to the door, right? In this interview, he said she came to the door and met him, or they met at the door.
That's correct.
All right, and then they didn't sit down anywhere. They just wound up like nonverbal communication led upstairs.
That's correct.
And then she told him to rip her underwear. Was that Mr. Clary's statement?
At first he said we, then he said she told him to rip.
Okay, all right. And then, you go back, or he comes back outside and y'all talk some more, is that right?
Yes.
One, two.
That's probably
They
true.
may want to add settlement. You know what I'm saying? Add it, or whatever you call it. They might want some damn money.
Mm-hmm. That's it. So, so you went over, had sex, then you left. So did you go downstairs?
Well, I mean, I had to go downstairs to get out the door.
And you realized you didn't have any phone?
Hell, I was all the way to Big A Road, I think, whenever, right near it, you know.
Yeah. And you turned around and went back?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you went back, what happened then?
She met me at the door.
Okay. What y'all talk about, or what was said then?
Was over.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought it was over.
Okay. So she asked you what you was doing there. What happened? How'd you get your phone back?
I just walked up there and got it.
Okay. So you walked upstairs,
Yeah,
got the phone, came back down.
yeah.
Was anything else said after that?
Honestly, it was all like, no, I mean, it wasn't a whole lot of conversation. You know, it was just kind of like, honestly, the way she was coming across with it, it was kind of like, what the hell are you talking about? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So so you left, came back, and was her husband up then or anything?
I never seen Tyler.
Okay. So,
Where he was at, I don't know.
okay, so you don't know where he was at?
No.
Okay.
And I've known him since all my damn life.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And,
Let me ask you a question, okay?
and that was a bastard move on my part, no doubt.
Yeah.
Your Honor, just for the record, there are parts of these events and I would agree to skip over.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes we have a video or an audio tape that has to be, some portions have to be omitted because they contain information that's not relevant and might be, that's not admissible under the rules of evidence. So when they're skipping over portions of that, you shouldn't worry about what those portions are. There are portions that I've ruled are not admissible for one reason or another. So just bear with us. This is standard operating procedure, so to speak.
On there, you never seen Tyler once on time. Okay. And did you say anything else, Pete?
I think you're a bastard.
Yeah.
Well,
Have you ever had sex with her before?
no,
She ever come on to you?
yeah, a bunch.
Okay.
A bunch. So then what bad, but
She ever call you or text you yesterday saying, come on over, or do anything?
no,
Okay. So that one call, get her some cigarettes or get Tyler some cigarettes, that was it.
yeah, there's one.
Okay.
Well, I tell you, most of them, I don't respond to a call because I try to keep myself out of that position.
Yeah.
And it just, the damn stars aligned and caught me sleeping last night and it just happened.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I can tell you this, if I thought this right here's where it's gonna be, I'd chop my dick off for that,
Yeah,
you know.
I understand that. You got a phone number we can,
Yeah.
okay, get a hold of you.
No, I'm out this drive.
That's fine, I understand that. No, you
305-8075. And call me anytime,
Okay.
anything you wanna know.
All right. Right now, I appreciate you talking to me. I may have to talk to you again. I will, and I might just have to come over to the office, okay? So,
All right, so investigator Saltfield, after this first interview, you spoke with Mr. Clary again, correct?
That's correct.
And I should do this first. Your Honor, asked to introduce two separate DVDs. That was this interview.
You want them more collectively?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Eight.
That's just kind of a housekeeping matter, Investigator Saltkill. When you have two separate videos, or when you turn your body cam off and back on, it makes two different videos, doesn't it?
That's correct.
And we've got two videos of this
Yes, sir.
talk here. Okay, so you have Mr. Clary back to the office about September 13th, is that right?
That's right, about 2 days later.
All right, and he comes into your office, so you read him his Miranda rights and tell him he's free to leave anytime, all that kind of stuff.
Yes, sir.
And did he sign a waiver of his Miranda rights?
He did.
All right. And did you record this interaction
I did, on body cam.
on body camera? Investigator Saltfield, is this the recording of that conversation?
That's
Yeah,
correct.
just in a couple seconds.
Yes.
few things I gotta go over before I start asking you the question. Yes, sir. Main thing is, you're in this office, there's the door, okay? Yeah. Anytime that you wanna get up and leave, you're more than welcome to get up and leave, you can stop this interview, and just throw that. The other thing I have to do is everybody that sits there, if you're a victim or a person of interest or whatever, yeah, I will read their, Miranda rights, and what I wanna do is get you to initial that I read your Miranda rights. And like I said, I don't even have to do this because you're supposed to be under arrest if I do, but I want people to know their rights, okay? Once I read that, you initial this, just read this right here, waiver of rights, because what that says is I didn't force you, threaten you, or anything like that, okay? And sign and print your name. Okay, with it. Yeah. Okay, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say and can will be used against you in court of law. Okay. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present, with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you in court of question if you wish. Yeah. You can decide at any time to execute these rights and not answer any question and make a mistake. Okay, and just make you initial, yeah, initial.
And boys and girls, what do we do when the police read you your right to remain silent? Anyone? Remain silent. Get a lawyer. Get a lawyer. That's right, George wins. Lawyer up. Bingo. And shut your mouth. Lawyer up. Good job, George. Good job, Roseanne. Stay silent. Because he told the guy, like, I do not have so many things I can't say because it could all go wrong. He told me he wasn't under arrest, but he had to read him his rights. So, okay. Still same thing. Same non-lawyer advice from a non-lawyer. That's all I got. Also, I was reading, so keep in mind that when they present evidence to a grand jury, the defense isn't there. It's the prosecution presenting their evidence to the jury, a grand jury, to see if they're going to, if they have enough to indict somebody. I don't know how high of a bar that is because of some of these indictments we've watched come down. If you can't, if that you're just getting one side's evidence, I mean, is that not who you're going to kind of side with? I don't know. I'm still looking, but I do not believe. Um, I think it's just prosecutors only. And they said a lot. One of the things I was reading said a lot of times the defendant isn't even there.
Signed, that was. Let's see. Washington, DC. Yeah, I tell you, Dana, man, it's I tell you, it's tough, but you know, it's just I don't know, man, it's just. Well, we're gonna get to the bottom of it, I guarantee you. Okay? Good day. That's what we'll get to the bottom of it. I think I got one sugar-free Gatorade down the bottom. Yeah, man, I might actually take one. I've been thirsty, but yeah, I hadn't drank most of the water. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's all I think right there is sugar-free. I tell you, you cut the sugar out of your diet, you can really tell. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can. All right. Now you know why you're here. Yeah. Okay. I know we talked the other night, I think it was early in the morning on the 11th of Saturday. Sorry, I had to come on. No, hey, that's, man, dang, I tell you, man, no, it ain't, I'm not, don't worry about that. But it's part of, yeah. All right, we'll get into the meat of it, okay? Tell me again on Saturday night when you come into contact, or did you have any phone call from Tabitha or Tyler? Yes, I'm gonna back it up, you know, a couple hours and play it all through. That's fine. And try to be precise, try not to leave anything out, you know. I'll do my best. Okay, yeah, just do your best. And, that's all I need to know. Okay, so I go to Anthony. And we're sitting there and he's got a bottle of tequila and some mix. Well, we have a drink. We're sitting there and we sit there and we talk about, he was an apprentice under me and we worked at contract groups together and traveled around, and we just sat there and talked about old times and stuff like that. Me, him, and his fiance actually. And that was whenever Tyler called. Mm-hmm. Hey, what you doing? So Tyler called you? Yeah, Tyler called me. And I said, I'm over here in Anthony's. Well, man, come on by. And I said, well, you know, it might be a little bit, but I'll probably swing by because it's on the way home, you know. And okay. Well, then he calls me again a little bit later. Now I do have that on my phone about times. And calls me a little bit later saying the same thing. And Anthony's sitting right there, you know. And it sounds like, you know, a lot going on in the background, kind of like, I don't know if they was partying or, you know what I mean? You just hear stuff going on. Yeah, I like them by there. So I hang up. And then the last time he calls me, it's the same thing. Well, then Tabitha texts me, can you get a pack of cigarettes, a pack of L&M cigarettes, period, I'll pay you, is what she said. And I didn't respond. I don't think I seen it whenever I was sitting there. And
Whenever I got up and got headed out, I looked down, seen it.
Mhm.
And I called her twice, back to back. And,
Did she answer?
no, she didn't answer.
Okay.
No. And, I went on by there, but it was because I felt like I'd been invited. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I felt like, and that's the kind of relationship that, God, it's horrible. Yeah, I saw it as well, but that's the kind of relationship that me and Tyler had. You know, I mean, I've known him all my life. You know, Tyler's a good person, and but so I didn't feel, you know what I'm saying? I didn't feel any.
You just felt like they invited you over. And you
I was
felt like-
coming over, yeah, and so I go there and pull in, get out, and it, you know, it's dark as heck.
Mhm.
Well, I go in and just, I walk down to the door, I'm walking, and it's dark, I got my phone, I got my light, you know, and I'm looking around and I don't see anybody. And I kind of open the door and I said, hey, Tyler, Tyler. I kind of step in, I'm kind of listening, you know what I mean? And just whenever you're walking in, and I'm constantly saying Tyler, Tyler. And I'll see a light upstairs. I can't really make it out. I can tell it's a person, you know.
Mhm.
It's not upstairs, it's kind of like down on the, like whenever you're up there, you walk in, you gotta walk left and go straight up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was walking up there, and the whole time I was still saying, hey, Tyler, and because the type of relationship me and him had,
Mhm.
if he'd been laying up in there in that bed, I'd walk in there smacking my ass and told him to get up. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And man, it just, I walked in there and just, and whoever it was that went back, well, it was that. And I walked in there and I said, hey, I don't get no cigarettes if you want one, I got a cigarette. And she said, no. And then I'm standing there and I said, well, where's Tom? And she said, kind of didn't really say nothing. Then she said, I said, well, where's Tom? She said, he's camping. She said he was camping. You know what I mean? And we started kissing.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm gonna back up a little bit. Okay? Now, the other night, so when you got to the door, she met you at the door downstairs.
She did the second time.
Okay.
The second time.
Okay. So when you got there, you opened the door, hollering,
Yeah.
their names. The staircase is to the left, you look up, you said you see a silhouette up there.
Yeah, because it was dark, you know what I mean? And it's just kind of like,
So,
and she was kind of like, it was kind of like being quiet. And I just, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
And you know, Dana, I always knew that like Tabitha had a thing for him. And it was very obvious. I did, you know, I stayed strong for a long time. And but man, I feel terrible, you know, about my friend and everything else. But anyway,
okay. So you go upstairs, she meets you upstairs, but there again, let me ask you this question. Did y'all talk about meeting at any time?
no, I wish. I mean, I really wish, you know. And I said something to the effect of after we kind of kissed, like, let's have sex. And she didn't, like, it wasn't, that's what I'm saying, like, I wish that it would have, I wish that I got a contract, you know what I mean? But I felt like by making out, that was consent, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me ask you a question. So went upstairs. When you got upstairs, where was she at?
She had walked back
Walked back to where?
To the bed,
Okay, to the bed?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good 6 or 7 feet, I guess, from the stair open.
I'd say so.
And you, okay, so she's up there, walk back to the bed, did she get in the bed?
Yeah,
Okay, so she got in the bed. Did you see what she was wearing?
yeah, it's like I told you the other night, it's like a black, like that one piece thing, you know.
So black clothing?
Yeah,
So she got in bed. What did you do after she got in bed?
I was still talking to him. That was whenever I was like, you know, because I kind of was talking and I was walking and I was still really looking for Tyler. You know what I mean? And then I realized, you know, hey, this girl was always, you know, is in it. I got thinking down here, sitting here, and
Let me. Okay. She went back to bed, she laid down, that was on the right side of the bed.
yes, whenever you woke up, you look right here to the right.
Right, you're on the right side of the bed. You started walking in towards bed.
Yeah.
Okay. Was she covered up or do you know?
She wasn't naked.
Okay, no, I mean, was she covered up with the covers for the bed or was she laying, without the covers on the bed or did she just cover it up?
No, I mean, she got in there and kind of like throw, you know, throw some covers.
So you walk up to the bed. Was there any lights on in the room?
No, nothing, nothing.
No. Okay.
That's why I had my light out.
So you did have your light out on the camp,
Yeah,
okay. All right. Now, when you walked over to the bed, what was the conversation like still from, okay, after you kissed, she went and turned around, got back in bed, what was the conversation like then? Did she say anything to you or did you say anything to her?
that was whenever we started kissing, it was, I mean, it didn't, so, you know,
Is it? Okay.
went, and, yeah.
Okay. When she went back to bed, okay, y'all started kissing. She went back to bed, you followed her.
Yeah,
Okay. She got in bed, what did you do?
I walked over, can I like stand up and show?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm coming up the steps,
Mhm.
hey, you know, back up. And, I turn around, she's getting in, and I said, hey, I didn't get no cigarettes, but, I got a cigarette. And she's being real quiet. I'm looking around and I don't see Tyler.
Right.
And I said, where's Tyler? And I just thought that that's, you know, like all that time it had been kind of leading up. I was thought, well, I'm gonna, you know, she never was like, come get it or nothing like that. You know what I mean? But you know how those things, things like, if I was a woman and we started kissing, but it was never like, get off of me.
Right.
Who are you? You know what? It was, that was not the case.
So she got in bed. Y'all started kissing. All right, let me back up. You said once you got up to the top of the stairs, she was there and y'all started kissing. Right? Then, well, I think what you said is she turned around and walked over to bed. You followed her. She got in bed. Did you get in bed with her then?
No, not at first. No, I didn't just walk in and like,
Right.
get in bed.
After y'all started kissing.
I was still like standing.
Okay. After y'all started kissing. Tell me what happened then.
It was just kissing. You know,
What did she do?
and she was into it,
Okay,
you know.
I know that. What did she do after y'all stopped this and where'd she go?
It, you know, was kind of like escalating and.
Did you touch her anywhere? Did she
Yeah,
touch
I
you
mean-
anywhere?
Yeah, I mean, we went south on each other, you know what I mean? And,
So y'all had a oral sex?
yeah,
Okay.
and,
Okay, listen to what I'm asking.
yeah,
I know there was kissing, I know there was oral sex, what you just said. All right, I'm just trying to get a feel of, when you got up to the top of the stairs,
yeah,
she was at the top of the stairs. Y'all had a conversation, a little bit of a conversation.
yeah, it just kind of stated that she had texted me and I said, I ain't got no cigarettes, but I got a cigarette for me.
And then kind of the chemistry was there and y'all started
Thank you,
kissing.
that's the best word,
Okay.
thank you, yes, and,
Chemistry started, y'all started kissing.
yes.
Where was you at when y'all started kissing? Was you in front of the staircase? Was you closer to the bed?
I was closer to bed.
Okay, yeah, that's what I need to know. Okay, now when y'all stopped kissing, you said she got in bed and you was close to the bed also.
Yeah,
Okay. Now, once she got in bed, did she have her clothes on?
yeah, I never remember her clothes leaving her room.
Now,
Mine didn't.
okay,
You know,
so, all right, I'll get to that part. All right, so she got in bed. And you got in bed, or did you try to take the clothes off?
no, I stood there for a minute and, that was whenever I was still standing there when I was getting the blowjob.
Okay.
But she was in the bed.
All right, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
that's
Okay.
what-
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to, what happened, okay.
I'm
So-
standing there, I'm sorry, I keep getting up and down, I talk with my hands most of the time, but I'm standing there, I had my phone, turned it off after we started kissing, laid it up here with my left hand. We're kissing,
Okay,
and then that's whenever, like, I start, and that's whenever my packet comes out, goes in her mouth. That goes on for,
did she unzip your pants, or did you zip them?
I mean, it was just kind of like, we was touching and stuff, but no, I mean, I, like, you know, I pulled my pecker out, but
Then she gave you a blowjob from the bed.
yes,
Okay, so she was laying in bed, you still standing up,
yeah.
still had your clothes on.
But I, like, whenever, like, I stood back up because I was laying over, you know what I'm saying? And it'd been physically impossible for her to reach out and, you see what I'm saying? So it was like, well, I'm doing this, and it was like, you know, it was just escalating.
So while she was giving you a blowjob, you sticking your fingers inside.
Yes,
Okay.
and
Do you remember her having underwear on?
just that one piece.
And what happened to her? Did she tell you to do anything to her?
We was just having sex, and I was like, hang on, and that thing kept like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, getting in your way?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I realized that this wasn't no ordinary pair of underwear. I mean, I'm sorry, I know that sounds stupid, but seriously, that's what was going on in my mind, you know? And
It was in your way.
it was in my way, yeah, you know, and I just, I kind of like got it out of the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get out of the way.
I got
Okay.
it out of the way.
Did she say anything?
No, I mean, it was never like, oh, shit, what are you doing? I mean, honest to God, it never really got, there's no way that girl thinks that I've been in there piled up on her, and you know what I mean?
Let me Ask me what?
Y'all got outside.
No, you're fine, you're fine. All right, so you was getting a blowjob, she was in the bed,
Yeah.
oral sex.
Yeah.
You was sticking your finger in her,
Yes,
and she was not saying stop or anything like that.
nothing like that.
Um,
Absolutely not.
did you ejaculate on her while she was giving you a blowjob, oral sex?
No, but I was very close.
Okay, did you tell her that? Or did she know?
I mean, no, I mean, I was never like, ah, or, you know, or anything like that. No.
So, okay. You pulled away from her.
Yeah.
Apparently,
That's whenever I got in bed.
okay,
Kicked my boots off, set them down
okay.
right here, and got in bed.
Did you take your clothes off, or did you just leave
I
the
stayed
state?
like I was.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you had your clothes off, or clothes on, penis still out,
Yes.
okay. Which side of the bed did you get in on? When
The
you
right
got
side.
right side, okay.
Yeah. And she like scooted over,
Okay.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, so you get in the right side of the bed, you have your clothes on, penis still out,
Yeah.
her panties were off, or somewhere.
Every way.
The other way. What happened then?
I started,
Did you put your penis inside?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that time, did she say anything?
No,
Okay. She didn't say nothing?
I had one leg, she had one leg right here, one leg down here,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, and the blankets was kind of like right here,
Mm-hmm.
and, I had, one leg was here, and,
Holding it up. Kind of like holding it up.
yeah, I mean, it was just kind of like, and then she moved and kind of put them up, more up, like in a more comfortable position.
Right.
And that's whenever I felt it, and I was like, you know what I mean?
Heavy thrusting?
Yeah, and well, no, that was whenever I was about to ejaculate,
Right.
and I was trying to get out of her. You see what I'm saying? Because whenever it happened, it was just like,
Right. At any time did she tell you she had a tampon?
no, absolutely not. I never felt it with my fingers. Absolutely not. And I truly
And
embodied.
you said you gave her oral sex?
No, I didn't like get down there and, you know, I did kind of like,
But you did have your fingers inside.
yes,
Did you feel a strain from a tampon or anything like that?
no. And I really, truly, in my heart, feel like I would have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like that's something you would feel,
Yeah.
you know?
So, okay, let's go forward a little bit. So you have sex with her, she moves to adjust herself where she can be more comfortable.
Yeah, we was just kind of, I mean, you know how it is, it's just kind of, and I don't,
I know.
yeah, I mean,
So she never told you to stop.
no,
Okay. Did she say anything while I was having sex?
I mean, no, it was just, no, I mean, we wouldn't communicate like verbally talking, like, are you watching this? Or, you know what I mean?
So once you was having sex with her, did she do anything with her hands, or did you do anything with your hands? Did you touch her chest area?
That, yes, that's another thing. Before, yeah, that's another thing. So before, I sucked her titties. I licked her titties. And I did, yeah. And, that was another thing. And that
Was
was
that before or after she got in bed?
she was in bed.
Okay.
Yeah,
That when she was giving you a blowjob?
that was before. I've done that before. And, yeah, I done that before. And,
She didn't say stop?
no, I mean, you could tell she was like, you know, I mean, it's embarrassing,
I
but
know, but that's okay. This is what I need, though.
Yeah.
I need all the information I can get from you. Okay?
Yeah, and I did it to both, left and right.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So, let me run through this again. Y'all started kissing.
Yeah.
Moved to the bed, she laid down. You started licking the sucking on her breast area.
Yes,
Okay. Then you took your penis out.
Yeah.
And she started giving you a blowjob.
yes,
While she was giving you oral sex, you were sticking your fingers in.
yes.
Okay. And you didn't feel any type of tampon string hanging out of her vagina.
Nope.
Okay. All right. Then took your boots on,
Yes,
still had your clothes on,
yes,
penis still out.
yes,
Got in bed, penetrator, she didn't tell you to stop.
no, didn't know.
Okay.
And yes, I got in bed.
Okay. Once you started having sex with her, like I said, nothing was said.
No, it wasn't any kind of like language.
Okay.
You know.
Then what happened? Once you put your penis in, how long do you think you had sex with her?
It was not long. It was not long.
Because she already stimulated you with the oral sex.
Yeah.
You was
Yeah,
about ready to unload on her.
right, yeah.
Okay.
And,
So that is that.
if that,
Okay.
yeah,
Then, did you ejaculate inside of her?
I was like trying to get off, and I'd say some went in and out, because I remember that's the first thing I'm thinking was, oh shit, like,
I understand.
I mean, it's just, I mean, heat of the moment type
Right.
thing,
Okay. Now, once you ejaculated, what happened then?
That was whenever she was like, why'd you do that? And like kicked, like kicked at me.
Right.
Like, and I kind of like, I was like, I got up
Mm-hmm.
and she laid over like this with her left arm like this and looked at me and said, what are you doing? Why'd you do that? Just go. I'm gonna be sick. Just go.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to like console her, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and I put my hand on her leg, like I'm sorry, like, and she wouldn't, and she was just like, just go. And so I sit down on the bed,
Mm-hmm.
put my boots on, got up, walked out, and
You say anything else to you after that?
no, that was it. That was it. It was like a quiet exit, And
Where was your phone at then?
still in the bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember thinking, man, it's dark, but it never hit me. Your phone's upstairs, and got in the truck, backed out, and left. And turned around because I realized,
Why'd you turn around?
honestly, it was somewhere between. It was almost a big A road. I was almost a big A road. I tell you where I turned around. I turned around and watched Jackson Church.
Yeah, it was almost a big road.
And I turned up there, and you know how it's got that little circle drive.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I did. I turned left, went right through there, and cut back right, headed back off the hill.
So that's good. When you left, probably less than 10 minutes before you got out there, 5 minutes. Probably.
Yeah, it was some time lapse there. Yeah, just about.
Yeah. So when you got back, where did you park at? Same spot?
I remember I had got worried about Tyler, and I knew, like, I mean, Dana, you can imagine, like a man, whenever he's in another man's house with his wife, something happens, he's gone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're gonna run it. And I remember I was kind of worried. I was very worried at that point. And I was like, and I get up there and it's like it is dark. And I get up there, turn, and she's right there with her phone. And opens the door. And she says, you need to leave. And I said,
Let me stop you real quick on that. Okay, so where did you park your truck at in the driveway? In the same spot or further down? Or did you park it by the road and walk
it was closer to the road.
Okay.
Yeah,
Were you
cause
scared of
I
I
mean,
didn't
yeah,
want to see that?
I didn't want to talk,
I understand that.
I didn't want to go in there, guns blazing. I just had something for a while, you know what I mean? I didn't want to.
Okay, so you walked down, went on the porch,
Yeah,
knew where your phone was.
yeah.
What happened again when you got on the porch? On the front porch?
I left.
No, when you came back the second time, you got on the front porch, you said she opened the door.
Yeah, yeah, and I was,
So when she opened the door, tell me again what she said.
you need to leave. You need to leave.
What did you tell her?
I got to get my phone.
Was there any other exchange of words after that, after you told her I gotta get my phone?
Not that I can take care of that.
Where, after did you just go on in and go upstairs?
She stepped left, I stepped right.
Was she in the house or out of the house?
Well, she was like walking out,
Okay.
and whenever she was saying that,
Step left on the porch.
yeah, well, she just kind of, it's like we almost passed each other, you know what I mean? And I said, I gotta get my phone. She was like, you need to leave, you need to leave. And so I went and got my phone, and
So you went upstairs.
Yeah.
Did she see you go upstairs?
I mean, I don't know how she would have missed it, you know what I mean?
Okay. So did you turn on any lights when you got to the bedroom?
No,
You just go,
I knew about where it was.
okay, there where you left it?
Yeah, I put my hand down and done like that, but I was within 3 inches of it.
Okay.
I mean, I was right, you know what I mean?
So you got your phone. What'd you do then?
I left.
Okay. So you went back downstairs, out the front door.
Yeah,
Where was she at? Where's Kevin at?
still standing like,
About the same spot?
yeah.
Okay. Did she say anything to you when you left? Or as you was leaving?
It seems like, man, at that point, I wasn't wanting to talk, or, you know what I'm saying?
I understand.
She said something, but I don't know what it was. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, or it wasn't nothing like that. And
How was she acting when you came back down? Was she mad, angry, confused? Or do you know?
she was just kind of like, I mean, I'd say probably, I don't know if she was angry or not. I mean, it wasn't like she was inconsolable, crying, or, it was no high level of emotion in any direction. You know what I'm saying? And she just told me I need to leave. And I said, I gotta get my phone. I think I was probably more emotional than her, because I knew like I had to get my phone and, and dang, that's why I mean, like, I just said, I gotta get my phone. And whenever I walked out, I jumped in the truck and left in a hurry,
But she wasn't yelling
Mm-mm.
About the time you left, do you remember looking at the clock or anything in your truck the first time that you left?
I know they texted me. She texted me. It was in the 10 o'clock, mid-10s, late 10s, around 10, so.
Now, I know you text, I think, just by talking to them about 10:19, something like that, there was a text. Did she text you or you text her? I don't recall which one at this
She
time.
texted me, because I never texted her.
Okay, so about 10:19, do you know what time that you left your friend's house?
Anthony's?
Yes.
It's getting late. I mean, it was 12 o'clock.
Well,
Yeah.
and do you have any idea what time you showed up?
I mean, it was, as long as it takes to get from Gillum Holler to there. He lives out there on Gillum Holler.
Probably about. Come out, Indian number 46,
That's how I went.
probably about 10 minutes long.
Yeah, something like
I went to drive up, right up there.
that. And, yeah, it's on the Stewart County side. His grandmother, I can't think of his grandmother's name. But it's her old house. He got her old house. His grandmother's.
So no time. To go to stop, except after you got finished.
Yeah, and she never told me to stop. You know, it was never.
But she did give you oral sex.
Yes,
Um,
absolutely, yes, absolutely.
she allowed you to kiss and bang her.
Yes, lick her titties, yes.
I'm gonna ask you a straight out question, man.
Yes,
Did you rape her?
no, no. As God is my witness. I did not rape her. To rape somebody, you've got to be, yeah. Okay. Dana, I did not rape her. I did not rape her. I did not rape her. I didn't hold her down. I didn't force her to do anything. I didn't force that girl to do anything.
Investigator Shawkill, so that interview was done at your office. That's a good accurate representation of it.
Yes.
Has to make that the next exhibit, Connor. Copy.
Exhibit 9.
All right, so just a couple things about the videos, Investigator Saltkill. Mr. Clary told you that he'd never had a prior relationship with Miss Mount before. They never had sex before.
That's correct.
And I think he said she flirted with him, but they'd never had any kind of relationship.
That's correct.
And the only text he received from her was about the cigarettes.
That's correct.
So there was no invitation to come over and have sex or any talk of that at any point, according to him.
According to him, you're correct.
Okay. And then we talked about the first interview. He said she met him at the door. You remember what he said at the second interview when he got there the first time? What happened?
Okay. Second interview, he said that was upstairs.
Miss Mounts was upstairs.
Yes.
So did he let himself in?
That's the way I would take it.
All right. He said he had his flashlight out looking around and let himself in.
That's correct.
All right. And then the underwear. You recall him saying that he pulled the underwear and then she didn't say anything about it?
Yes.
And the first interview, what was said about the underwear? Let me ask you this. Do you recall him saying that she told him to rip them off in the first interview?
Yes.
The interview the night of, I'm sorry, I may be
Yes.
confusing. Okay. All right. And then you see Mr. Clary in the courtroom?
Yes, he's wearing a blue suit.
All right. That's my question, John.
You have a question?
You look kind of lost, detective, anytime he asks you a question, but do you see the defendant in the courtroom? Hey, would he be sitting over there with the defense? It's not hard. That's what she said, joke. Dang it. Did it to myself.
Questions, Mr. Cox?
I do, Your Honor. Investigator Saltfield, how long have you been in law enforcement?
For all 24 years.
And for the last 8 years, I believe you've been an investigator here for Stewart County Sheriff's Department.
Yes.
And in that time,
And so what is your range of investigations in Stewart County, Tennessee?
Just about everything from death investigations, sexual investigations, petty crime, aggravated crimes, aggravated rapes, just everything. But mainly what I do is sex crimes about 98% of the time for the last 8 years.
Okay.
Kids or adults.
Are there other investigators in the department?
One other investigator.
Besides you, and you primarily do sexual crimes?
Yes.
When you were called to the scene, did the officers contact you or did dispatch contact you? How did you get there?
Deputy Herndon, contacted me, called me direct. When I was at the house sleeping.
Okay. When you got to the scene, where was Mr. and Miss Mammons? Do you recall?
I believe they was on the front porch.
And do you remember anything specific about them, their demeanor, their actions?
They was calm. Thought that was kind of unusual for being at a rape scene.
Okay. And you've worked many rape scenes, correct?
Yes.
Did you interview them there both on the porch or did y'all go back inside?
We went back inside. Once she put the dog up that was barking, I think I did have a conversation with Mr. Mounts briefly. Once she put the dog up, I wanted to go upstairs and see where this rape took place. And we went upstairs and started looking around. I took my camera upstairs and started taking pictures.
Okay. Now, did the other officers go upstairs with you to take those?
Yeah, they followed me.
I know that we had some problems with the pictures on the screen. I'm going to attempt, Your Honor, if you will allow me to go to my computer and see if I can pull it up. They don't even let me use my own copier in the office, so we don't know.
Because you're a lawyer and you and
Everybody okay? Anybody need a break right now?
I would say that my cross of Detective Saltfield may be long and
If I'm long.
45 minutes.
45 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody tolerate that? I see one
Judge,
question.
I would ask that I need a restroom.
All right, he solved that problem for us, so we're gonna take a recess. We'll take about a 10-minute recess. We'll be back.
All right.
Old judge needed a break. What am I doing? Don't worry, I'll fast forward my. Alrighty. Well, what do you think about his story? It did change a little bit. However, they woke him up the night before and then accused him of this terrible thing. So, I mean, I can see where it might have changed. There's old judge and he forgot his robe. And then the camera's going nuts. And he's going back to get it. Old judge is pretty fit. Might not like me calling him old judge. Maybe, George. Maybe. But he essentially did in his police interview. That was quite long, probably longer than he would have been on the stand, longer than she was on the stand. It is definitely a he said, she said thing. Let me make sure I'm not muted over there. I am not.
We ready? Thank you. Before we bring the jury back, the jurors had submitted a question. There's actually two questions on one page. First question is, can we establish a total timeline? And then it says approximately 2200, call or text Mr. Clary. Then it says 2230/2330, Mr. and Mrs. Mounts go to bed. Then it goes 001, Mr. Clary at Mounts. And then it has question mark, woke up to Mr. Clary, called a friend. Question mark, woke up to Mr. Mount, woke up Mr. Mounts. And then question mark, call to dispatch. And then question mark, officers on the scene. On that question, I'm going to leave it up to the lawyers. I don't think it's a question that necessarily I have to ask, or the one that would necessarily have to be asked, because I think that's part of what the proof has been, and they obviously can reconstruct a timeline themselves. But if you want to clarify that, it would be helpful to the jury, apparently. And then the next question was /had Mrs. Mount taken any meds, i.e. painkillers, while drinking that night? And that was, in my opinion, that's a legitimate question that should be asked. So first question, I'm going to leave up to you all to decide if you want to ask it or not. But the second question does need to be asked. If you don't want to ask it, I will. So, all right. Anything then before we bring the jury in? And as I stated, what we're going to do is we're going to conclude cross-examination or direct examination and cross-examination of Officer Saltkill. We're going to then take up your expert from the TBI, and then we'll adjourn for the day and come back tomorrow morning to finish with the defense. If any other witnesses the state has, you can wait to rest if you want to until in the morning.
Yes.
In case something comes up. But in the meantime, we'll let you come back tomorrow morning and conclude this case. And I don't want to have the jury start deliberating late into the evening. All right, we will bring the jury in there.
Gabby, I like how you feel like you have to be like, I really don't have one. I believed you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. A couple of administrative issues here, and so that you understand where we are. We have about another 45 minutes with Officer Saltkill on cross, according to what Mr. Cox had indicated, and then there usually is some redirect. After that, we have one witness that we have to take up today, a TBI agent that is here from the crime lab that the state needs to get in. We will then adjourn for the day and come back tomorrow morning to finish this case. The reason we do that is that it's not usually a good idea to go late into the evening with proof, and then I have to read you a lengthy charge, and then you begin your deliberations. The reason for that is that one thing we don't want to do is to have anyone feel pressured or rushed to have to try to reach a decision because of the lateness of the hour. And so we'd rather have everybody have a fresh mind and a fresh outlook tomorrow morning. So we will take up the cross-examination of Officer Saltkill and go from there.
Mr. Saltkill, I was asking you about.
Let me interrupt you, Mr. I'm sorry, I apologize. I was handed a note from one of the jurors. I have addressed that on the record with the lawyers, and if they do not, they don't address that issue during their questioning, I will try to address it myself. So, thank you.
I think Officer
Investigator Saltkill, I think we talked about when you arrived at the house and everything seemed calm and said it was kind of out of the ordinary.
That's correct.
Okay. And so at that point, you and the other officers decided to go inside.
That's correct.
Now, as part of your law enforcement training, have you had specialized training in investigative techniques, investigative work, how to collect evidence, those type of things?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that you do yearly to stay up with the standards of investigation of crimes?
Yes, sir.
And it's more especially, is there different schools that you may go to for sex crime investigations compared to auto theft investigations?
That's correct.
And you go to those schools and you've been to them.
Yes, sir, I have.
So when you go upstairs and you're going to collect evidence, isn't it true that you're observing the entire area while you're doing that?
That is correct.
Okay. And you're observing all the individuals that are involved in this incident.
That's correct.
And that's part of being an investigator.
That is correct.
Okay. So as you're walking up the steps, is there anything unusual, out of the ordinary going up the steps? Is there anything laying on the floor? Anything unusual?
Going up steps, like I said, the steps pretty clear, going up, then you go to your left-hand side to the bedroom. That's kind of wide open, there's the bed. Like I said, the bedroom itself was kind of, messy. I wouldn't say messy to the point of dirty, but it was just living. The bed, was kind of, not messy, was not disturbed. I think the top of the bed was maybe laid back a little bit. What I've observed, there wasn't nothing turned over. On the left-hand side, there might have been a water bottle on the floor, what I recall. But stuff on the nightstand was not disturbed or pushed over, what I recall. Over when you come into the bedroom to the left-hand side, I believe there was a laundry basket of some sort with clean clothes over there. But nothing that was, to me, was alarming at the time.
Okay. And get your picture pulled up here. There's me again. Nobody can see that. We just had it. You took the pictures in there. Judge, can we have the picture exhibit? So, because it appears that I'm not going to be able to. So this exhibit here, I don't know exactly which exhibit number it is. You took that picture?
That's correct.
And that is the picture of the right side of the bed.
That's correct.
Now, in your interviews and testimony today, did all of these, this sexual encounter all happen on the right side of the bed?
Right side or right in the middle, somewhere in that area.
Okay, but that came from both parties said that.
That's correct.
Now, if I can approach your honor,
You might.
is this what you're talking about on the nightstand? There's a light, there's some water bottles and things like that.
That's correct.
Okay, and nothing there is disturbed. Would you agree with me there?
I agree.
Pass that back. And the bed sheet on that was also pulled up, not thrown about, not tore up in any way, was it?
You're correct.
Did that strike you as unusual?
Well, it didn't strike me unusual, but still needed to be looked into.
Okay. So you collected the bed sheets, is that fair?
That is fair.
The entire,
Everything was on the bed.
okay,
I collected for evidence.
okay. Now, during collecting that evidence, did you find any blood or anything on the bed?
Actually, one of the deputies, I can't recall which deputy, did point out there was some blood on the, I believe it was comforter maybe, or on the sheets, or one of the items on the bed, top of the bed. He pointed out there might be some red items there, or a red spot. I can't say if it was blood or not, but it was something red on the sheet or the comforter.
Was that tested?
It was all sent to TBI, VA, I think, should have everything for that. I never saw the test results.
Okay, so you sent you sent all that evidence to TBI also?
That's correct.
Okay. Was Miss Mounts worried about getting her bed sheets back?
Yes, she was.
Did she ask you, hey, when do I get these back?
Judge, this has been asked and answered, and it's hearsay coming from this witness.
Well, both objections at the same time, consolidated your grounds for your objection, I grant both of them. Sustain the objection.
She was worried about her bed sheets.
That's correct.
Were you, during your investigation, did you learn that there was a tampon, that she believed a tampon was still inside her?
Yes, she told me that night she possibly had a tampon in, but she did not know where it was at. We looked for a tampon, never could find a tampon. But she never could tell me what happened to it. The last time she changed the tampon out was that day before, around noon, I believe she said. And that was it.
And this is,
All right. No. No, no, no. No woman leaves in oh my gosh. Noon the day before? No. No, no, no. No woman does that. Oh my gosh. Do you have a wish to pass away from toxic shock syndrome? I mean, come on. Gross and no. And if you do that, stop doing it. But I don't believe that. Ugh. Oh, well, George, I'm telling you, it is not, don't do that. It's not normal. That is not normal. And I won't, there's other details I could give, but I won't because it's too much and it's gross. She said some other things that even would make that when she was on the stand, she said some things. I think she said she was at the end. She was at the end of her miscarriage. Like, how do you know? You didn't go to the doctor. You didn't talk about going to she said you didn't go to the doctor. But trust me, that would make it even worse to leave in that long. And that's all I can say about that. Wow.
this is around what time of morning that you were having this conversation?
Like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning,
Okay.
somewhere in that area.
And during your investigation while being upstairs, did you also try to locate a pair of underwear?
Yes, I did.
Did you learn in your investigation from Miss Mounts that she didn't know where underwear was?
Yes, we looked all over the place for that underwear, but that's vital evidence. She said she had them on, we looked, did not find them.
But you didn't look on her body?
did not look on her body because she told me she didn't have anything on except her, jogging pants and her shirt, and she had a jacket on.
But you later found out that they were indeed around her waist.
Well, I'll be honest with you, until we opened the box up on the 16th, I didn't even know she had panties.
So you interviewed Miss Mounts at the home and then you interviewed her again at the police station, correct?
That's correct.
You did multiple interviews with multiple people.
That's correct.
And on the second interview, she had already been to Tanoa in Clarksville.
That is correct.
And she didn't mention to you there that they found underwear?
Or as I'm no, I don't remember her mentioning that.
And do you know if they recovered a tampon at Tanoa?
No, they did not.
There was no tampon found,
There
correct?
was no tampon found.
Besides the bed sheets, what, if any, other evidence did you obtain at the scene?
Pillows, pillowcases, just sheets. The clothing that she wore at the scene was taken at the hospital. Just mainly the bedding, what I took off.
Okay. And did you find any bottles of alcohol or prescription drugs laying around?
Not that but she did say, we asked her if she had anything to drink. She said she had 2 shots.
Okay. And did she appear to you when you were talking to her to be under the influence, unable to speak, unable to talk, unable to know what was going on?
She appeared to be under the influence of some type of alcohol. And she made the statement that she could drive herself to the hospital, but to be honest with you, I wouldn't have let her drive because I've been scared. She had too much to drink.
Okay. Okay. But she was able to answer questions and to tell you what had happened and to
Yes,
had no problems walking up down the steps.
that's correct.
Now, do you remember if she was concerned about how long it would take to be at the hospital?
I recall her asking maybe how long it would take. I don't really, unless I look at my notes and tell you exactly. I remember saying something about how long would it take.
Okay. After you left the Mounts residence, that's when you went to deal in Mr. Clary's house, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was around, I think, 5:15, 5:30 in the morning.
That's correct.
And then we saw the video here. And that was an accurate description of the events that day.
Oh, yeah, very accurate.
Okay. And did Mr. In your investigation, did he ever refuse to talk to you?
No, they did not.
Okay. Was he forthcoming on questions when you asked?
Yes, he was.
Did you detect any untruthfulness?
Judge, I'm gonna object. That's a jury question. The truthfulness of witness.
Withdraw.
All right, he was the only question. I would agree with you that it's not proper for the witness.
In that video, would you agree with me that in your time as an investigator, that when people have time, a day, 24 hours, 48 hours to recollect the events, that some details do change?
That's correct.
Is that unusual in any way?
No, it's not unusual.
So in the first interview, we heard Dylan say that Miss Mounts met him at the door.
That's correct.
And the second one, he walked up the steps, and that's where they had the encounter there at the top of the steps.
Yep, that's what he said.
Okay. Did that bother you in any way?
No, it did not.
Matter of fact, you asked him about that, right? And he said, no, it was the second time he came back.
That's correct.
The second time he came back was to get his phone.
Correct.
You talked to more than just Dylan and Miss Mapes, did you not? You talked to more people involved.
Yes, I think I talked to Mr. Clary's wife. I talked to Mr. Tyler or Mount. I talked to him at the office. I believe that's it.
Now, when you talked to Miss Mouse the second time, did you have any concerns with her rendition of the night's events?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I will give this detective this, it's whatever his name is. He may not have done a great investigation as far as the evidence goes, but he is answering the defense questions. He didn't lose his memory all of a sudden. He seems to be being forthcoming. And he's telling it like it is. Instead of that, I don't remember, I don't recall, I don't know, whatever, that memory loss they sometimes get on the stand. He's not, I'll give him that. And so he gets some points back.
After your
100%
interview,
sure.
after your investigation, is that when you arrested Mr. Clary?
That's the question.
After your interviews, after your investigation was complete, did you arrest Mr. Clary?
No, I did not.
In your law enforcement career, the multiple investigations that you've done,
Bye, Mr. Gabby.
do you arrest people after your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And at that point, did you think you had the evidence?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Well,
Judge, can we have a sidebar?
Ladies and gentlemen, step back to the group.
I'll make sure he doesn't show the jury. Goodbye, Mr. Gabby. Tattoo lots and lots of people today. All right, state, let's hear you. It is what it is. They didn't arrest him. Well, maybe he did hear me, Gabby.
Go ahead and close that door for you.
We don't want the jury to hear.
Judge, this is the exact reason I filed that motion in limine. This is the exact reason I brought it up before this officer testified. Mr. Cox has got to the line multiple times and crossed the line a couple of times, including this time. And that bill can't be unwrung. That's the reason for the pretrial hearings.
Judge, I asked him if, due to his investigation of the evidence he collected, and that's as far as I got.
Yeah, we all know where you were headed with that, Mr. Cox, and you did dance up to the line. I'm going to instruct this jury that the question of whether or not this officer did or did not make an arrest is resolved by the fact that the grand jury of Stewart County returned an indictment after hearing the evidence, and that was a determination of probable cause.
And if that's the ruling, then I think I get to ask Mr. Saltkill if he found probable cause.
If he what?
If he found.
You're asking this officer to render an opinion.
I'm asking this officer in his duties as an officer of the law. It happens every time when the police officer is on the stand, when it's the state's benefit, they ask them, did you make an arrest in this case? Yes, I arrested so-and-so. Based upon the evidence that you collected, it happens every time. Based upon the evidence you collected, you arrested XYZ. Yes, and he's sitting there. Yes.
Let me say this, in any case in which a prosecutor asked a witness, a law enforcement officer, in your opinion, did you have probable cause? That is an opinion that I think at that point, a defense lawyer could object to and should be sustained. Now, you're asking him whether or not he made an arrest, and I told you I would allow that. But the question beyond whether or not he did or did not make an arrest, you've already asked him, has he made arrests in other cases? You've left the implication with the jury that, he didn't arrest in this case, but he arrested in all the other cases where there's an investigation.
Judge, he said sometimes.
Pardon?
He said sometimes.
Sometimes. Well,
And with all respect, Judge, my question is based upon your investigation. I'm not asking if he had probable cause. I'm not going to ask him that question. But based on your investigation, and that's what I was asking. Was there evidence during your investigation that you found to arrest Mr. Clary?
It's the same question, Judge.
It is the
He's just
same question.
leaving out the word probable cause, doesn't matter.
You're substituting evidence for probable cause, and the grand jury has resolved that issue. So in my opinion, you're asking this officer to tell the jury, I didn't think there was enough evidence to arrest this man. And that is not
exactly
in
what he
my,
would say.
pardon?
That's exactly what he would say.
I know. And
Because he
that's
didn't.
why I'm not going to allow it, because it's not up to him. The grand jury has the right to make that final determination. If an officer goes to the grand jury with a case he feels strongly about, that it ought to be indicted, and they don't indict, and then does that officer get to go on the stand at some later date and say, I thought they should have, I want him charged and I want him to be arrested? It's not up to the officer to make that final determination. And that's why the grand jury process exists as an independent body that allows the citizens to make the determination as to whether or not a case should or should not be brought. I mean, I know I'm lecturing you, but you know the answer. You know all of this.
I do, but I just think that my question to him is based upon his totality of his investigation. And after all the interviews and his investigation, did he arrest Mr. Clary?
Why ask him that?
And that's a no. And so I don't think that rings the bell to be able to tell them with a grand jury.
Well, maybe I was premature. If you were going to ask him the second part of that question that Mr. Turnbull objected to, then the only way to remedy that would be to give a lengthy explanation to the jury. I'm sustaining the objection. You're not going to be allowed to ask him if he thought there was enough evidence to warrant.
And I never got to that.
I know you did. That's why I'm saying. That's why Mr. Turnbull objected. That's why we had the jury step out. That's why I'm telling you I'm not going to allow that question. If I allowed it, I would have to then come back with that more detailed explanation to the jury about the process of the grand jury. If I sustain the objection and that's it, then we're not going to have any other discussion about it.
That's fine. Yes, sir.
I know you don't agree necessarily if that was the right way to do it, but
I just wanted to make sure that I didn't feel like the bell had been rung for that instruction to go to the jury.
Well, you have precariously teetered on the edge about the issue of what I've ruled on in a pretrial motion. So I'm just simply saying, I'm going to sustain the state's objection and I'm going to tell the jury to disregard that question. Then we'll be done with it.
I don't think I ever finished the question.
You did. That partial question, let's put it that way.
I don't think I ever finished it, so I don't know if there was ever.
I'm going to tell them to disregard the partial question that you did not finish in view of Mr. Turnbow's objection. Bring the jury back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And there you have it.
Doctor, are you gonna show anything else on that?
Um,
I'm not committing you to, I'm just gonna turn that camera off over there if that's.
Thank you.
no, I don't believe so, since we could pull up the pictures, but the pictures were in evidence, so.
I wish you would have pulled them up on the TV so we could see them. Oh my gosh.
I think you may be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you in the initial instructions that there will be times when I'd have to take up the matter outside of your presence. Don't worry about what was said or done during your absence, but I have made a ruling on an evidentiary issue, and I'm sustaining the state's objection to the last partial question that was asked. And I'm advising you, instructing you to disregard the partial question.
I'm sorry. Gabby. Thank you. Oh my gosh, you just made my entire day. I don't know who has it. I don't want to know who has it because that thing would be super nasty. But thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Oh, that's great. That was great.
That was asked right before the state objected. I've made certain pretrial rulings on evidence that are binding on this case, and therefore I'm just telling you, don't worry about what that question would have been if it had been completed. It has been done away with. Right. Now, Mr. Cox, you may
I don't
proceed.
blame you.
We have to get back in
Hello, sir.
gear. So outside of the bed clothing, Mr. Clary's clothes that he gave you, those are only things that you collect, and Miss Mount's clothes. My underwear, those are the only things that you collected from the scene.
That's correct.
And all those items were sent to the TBI crime lab.
That's correct.
It was awesome.
You could go shorter today. Thank you, detective.
Mr. Turnbull, you may redirect.
So, Investigator Saltkill, we'll just hit this first. You answered a question about cases going to grand jury versus making arrests. Is it common in your line of work, especially in a sexual assault case, for a case to go straight to grand jury and no arrest to be made by you?
Yes,
That's not something that's unusual.
that is not unusual.
And let's talk about the room that Mr. Cox brought up. And there's been quite a bit of talk about the room and the state of the room. No one is alleging, in your investigation, no one has alleged that there was a big fight, have they?
Nope,
No one's alleged there was a struggle.
correct.
And so you found what you would expect to find.
That's correct.
You wouldn't expect to find furniture flipped over with what had been told to you.
That's correct.
So about the timeline, through your investigation, were you able to kind of establish a timeline of events when things happened?
Yes. We can try to go through it.
All right, so the text from Miss Mounts to Mr. Clary about the cigarettes, that was a little after 10 o'clock.
That was like 10:19.
Okay.
That sticks out.
And then sometime after that, the Mounts went to bed.
That's correct.
And then I believe Mr. Clary told you in his interview that he got to their house sometime shortly after midnight.
Yes.
Right, and then the road deputies, they arrived somewhere a little after 1 o'clock.
Yes, that's correct.
And what time did you get to the scene, if you recall?
They called me at around 2 a.m. Probably after getting up, getting dressed, probably 15, 20 minutes, it took me to get there, so I said probably work on 2:30 on.
Okay. And then what we saw in the video, about 5:30 at Mr. Clary's residence.
That's correct.
And do you know, if Miss Mounts was on any prescription medication or anything of that nature that night?
No, I do not.
That's my questions, Judge.
Will you recross this or short thought?
State asked you about not arrested or how it goes to the grand jury is not unusual, correct?
That's correct.
Was it your decision to take this case to the grand jury?
Judge, I'm going to object.
He opened the door.
Sustain the objection.
Find any kind of markings? I know the Trumbo talked about, things overturned. Did you notice any kind of bruising, any markings, anything particular to Miss Mounts?
Not that I recall. I think I did ask her if she had any marks. None that sticks out that I saw or took pictures of.
She never complained of any injury?
No, she did not.
And this allegedly occurred in 9/11 of 21?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you have any other evidence between 9/11, 21 and today's date?
No, I do not.
Thank you, Ms. Becker.
Anything further?
Just briefly, now ask you again, Investigator Softkill. Was there any allegations of a fight?
No allegations of a fight.
There was the allegation that was made is that Miss Mounts woke up with Mr. Clary on top of him and she kicked him off.
That's correct.
So would you expect with that happening to see scratches, bruises, claw marks, anything like that, if that's what happened?
That's what happened. No,
So then you found what you would expect to find again.
that's correct.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, officer. You may stand down.
Just because is what he would expect to find with the version that she gave does not mean that he believes that that is what happened, that constitutes what she says happened. And he wasn't allowed to answer that question, which I get it and understand, but he would have never arrested this guy. Everything was off. Like he said, things were off to him when he went to that scene. It was not his typical scene. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. It doesn't mean it can't happen that way. It doesn't mean any of that. But I don't know.
Mr. Turnbull, you may call your next witness.
Call Agent Castlebone.
Agent, if you'll step up, raise your right hand and let the clerk push on the oath.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Would you state your name for the jury, please, ma'am?
My name is Charlie, Charly, Castelbuono, Castelbuono.
Thank you. And how are you employed?
I'm employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
What do you do there?
I'm a special agent, forensic scientist supervisor in the forensic biology unit.
I'm sorry, can you lower that microphone just a little
Kind of
bit?
speak right
Thank you.
at it or close to it, or it won't get to you.
I'm sorry, I didn't really get your last answer. Special and
Special agent, forensic scientist supervisor in the forensic biology unit.
So what does that mean?
So in the forensic biology unit, we analyze evidence for the presence of bodily fluids, such as blood, semen, or saliva. We can then take those samples through the DNA testing process in hopes of obtaining the DNA profile that can be compared to DNA profiles of known individuals to see if a match can be made.
All right. And do you have some specialized training and experience to help you in doing that?
Yes, I do.
All right, and if you would just kind of briefly go over that with us.
So at the TBI, I have about a year of training in the forensic biology unit. First, under qualified analysts, observing them perform the tests, and then performing those tests myself under their direct supervision. I gave several oral presentations during that time, and at the end of my training, I received a mock case and a mock trial, which I had to complete in order to start doing casework independently.
All right, and what education do you have?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Berry College. I also have a Master of Science in Forensic Science from the University of Central Florida.
And have you given me a CV?
Yes.
Hand you this. Can you identify that?
Yes, this is a copy of my CV.
You also have on there some publications as well as presentations that you've given.
Yes,
Have you been qualified in the courts of Tennessee as an expert in forensic biology before?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
About 55 times.
I tendered Agent Casabono, an expert in forensic biology.
It's cousin it. It's all we get to see is her hair. I don't know why they're calling this witness. They've already admitted. Everybody has said his stuff is there. He's admitted it. She's admitted it. It's gonna be there.
I'm sorry. Yes. Any
It's all right.
objection from, we'll be qualifying her as an expert in the field of biology.
And if we could make that CV the next exhibit, please, Your Honor.
Because that's the good.
Agent Casabono, what happens when an item is submitted to the TBI crime lab for DNA testing?
So it's first received into the evidence receiving unit in the lab, and it's given a unique laboratory number as well as an exhibit number for each piece of evidence. Then we'll get a folder with that case information in the forensic biology unit. And then once that case is pulled to be worked, analysts will have that evidence pulled from the vault and into their possession to process that evidence.
Okay. Is that what happened in this case that we have today?
It is.
Okay. And how is an agent, because you'll have more than one agent in forensic biology labs, is that right?
Yeah.
How's an agent assigned for a particular case?
So the agent will typically just pull cases as they're ready, working the oldest cases first.
And so you worked on this case we have today.
Yes.
Right. What items did you receive?
I received a sexual assault kit from Tabitha Mounts on the initial submission.
And that what did that contain?
That contains bubble swabs, vaginal/cervical swabs, underwear, and pubic hair cones.
That's all that was received in the initial, I forget what you said. At the initial time, that's all that was received.
Yes.
And then additionally, I believe you received a buccal swab from Mr. Lewis Dillon Clary. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
All right. Is that all the evidence that was received by TBI?
Yes.
Okay. What is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is a swab from the inside of the cheeks of the individual that serves as a known DNA standard for that person.
Okay. Let's talk about, you issued reports in this case, is that right?
Yes,
I believe you had 2 reports.
I did.
One of those was issued on 5/17 of 2022.
Yes.
Now, let's talk about that one first. So the exhibits that you have there, you've listed as the things that was submitted to TBI.
Yes.
So what did you, well, tell me this, after you pull a case for testing, what do you do?
I will describe the outer packaging based on what the evidence is and what testing is requested. Will kind of determine how I proceed once I open the evidence. With this being a sexual assault kit, I would then proceed to test it for the presence of male DNA.
Okay. And is that what was done in this case?
Yes,
And with the buccal swab from Ms. Mounts, did you make a DNA profile from that for her?
I did.
Okay. And then with exhibit 001B and C, what did you do with those items?
So both of those items, I tested for the presence of male DNA and then did additional DNA testing.
And 001B, that was the vaginal and cervical swabs from Ms. Mounts, is that right?
Yes.
And what did your testing come up with on that item?
So testing indicated the presence of male DNA. For fraction 1, the DNA profile obtained is consistent with Exhibit 1A, Tabitha Mounts, who was an assumed contributor to the profile. And for fraction 2, the DNA profile obtained is from an unknown male number 1.
All right. What is fraction 1 and fraction 2? What does that mean?
So when an item is suspected to contain semen, we do a particular extraction process that theoretically will divide any sperm cells from any other types of cells in the sample. So essentially what you end up with in fraction 1 is any other non-sperm DNA, so stem cells. There's the female DNA should end up in fraction 1, and fraction 2 should theoretically contain DNA from the sperm cells.
And that's actually kind of what happened in this case, is that right?
Yes, it's consistent with that, yes.
Okay. All right, and then Exhibit 001C, what did your testing reveal on that?
Presumptive chemical testing did not indicate the presence of semen. For the inside crotch area, testing indicated the presence of male DNA. For fraction 1, the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of 2 individuals. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 1A, Tabitha Mounts, who is an assumed contributor to the profile. The minor contributor profile is from an unknown male number 1. And for fraction 2, the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile is consistent with a mixture of an unknown male number 1, and another unknown individual. Exhibit 1A, Tabitha Mounts, to be excluded as a contributor to the major mixture profile. And the limited minor contributor profile was determined to be inconclusive for comparison purposes.
Okay, so there's a lot of information there. At first, Exhibit 001C, that is the underwear for Miss Mounts, is that right?
It is.
Okay. And so in fraction 1, we have a mixture of 2 individuals.
Yes.
What does a mixture mean in DNA terms?
So a mixture would be a sample that contains DNA from more than one person.
And y'all have a way of kind of unmixing that in simple terms?
We have policies and procedures that we follow that allow us to try to interpret a mixture. Sometimes it can't be interpreted.
Okay. I assume that gets rather complicated.
It can, yes.
Okay. So in fraction 1, there's a mixture of 2 people, and you said the major profile is consistent with Miss Mounts.
Yes.
Okay. And then in fraction 2, there's 3 people. 2 in the major profile who are unknown, and then there's a minor profile. What does major and minor profile mean?
So the major contributor profile just means most of the DNA is coming from that person or persons. And the minor contributor profile means less DNA is coming from that person.
Okay. And so the minor profile, due to its, it wasn't good enough for comparison purposes to figure out who that was.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so Your Honor, if we could make that report the next exhibit, please. Well, actually, let me show it to her and get her to authenticate the one that I'm putting in evidence here. Agent Castelbono, is that an accurate report from your 517 findings?
Yes.
All right. Now it has to make an exhibit. Okay, Agent Castelbono, and then sometime after that, you received a buccal swab from Mr. Clary. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was that compared to the unknown male profiles that you had taken from the first finding?
It was.
And what were your results there?
So for the vaginal cervical swabs, the unknown male number 1 profile that was previously obtained matched Lewis, Dill, and Clary. And also for the
Thank you, Gabby. I appreciate it very, very much. Ooh, exciting, George. Do you know that for sure? All right, I'll let you figure that out, and I'll play this. I'm not paying a bit of attention to it. hate to admit that, but we all know it's there.
Underwear, fraction 1, previously the major contributor was consistent with Tabitha Mounts. The minor contributor profile for that sample was consistent with Exhibit 2A, Lewis Clary. And for fraction 2, the major contributor mixture profile that was previously obtained was consistent with a mixture of Lewis Clary and an unknown individual.
So Mr. Clary's DNA was found on Miss Mount's vaginal swab as well as her underwear. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you take a look at this report? Is that an accurate description of your findings?
Yes.
Your Honor, to make that the next exhibit, please. That's my question, Jim.
Got you, no question of witness.
And I'm afraid I'm gonna put your last name. You say your last name for me again.
Castelbono?
Castelbono?
Yes.
Ms. Castelbono. Would it, if two people had sex, it wouldn't be unusual to find another person's DNA, would it?
It would not.
And when did you test anything else, bed sheets, pillows, clothing?
No, I did not.
When the buccal swabs, are those tested? And I know they're oral, but are those also tested for any presence of semen or any other DNAs?
They can be. It depends on sort of the circumstances of the case.
Were they in this case?
They were not.
No further questions.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Agent. Thank you for your patience and staying with us today, and you are free to go. As indicated, ladies and gentlemen, at this time of the day, we're going to adjourn court and come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
And there we have it. There we have it. I don't know where y'all sit. I tried to give her some room. I really did. But every time I tried to be like, okay, I can kind of come your way a little bit on this, then something else was said that I was like, I can't, because you just make it so I can't, because you're ridiculous on some things. I'm sorry. Nobody does. A woman doesn't do that. That is not a common thing for a woman to do. And if she did that, I don't know. Somebody didn't teach her. She's never watched a commercial or read a pamphlet or had a health class. I mean, seriously. Ugh. I don't know what to do with her. My gut says she's mad. She set a trap. It worked. She got him there. That's just my gut. And my gut likes to talk a lot. So, yeah, I can't. I can't. Because as a person, as a female, if a woman wants to get a man in trouble, it's really easy for her to do so, and it shouldn't be, but it is, because men we're thinking with this head, and they're not. Right? And it's no offense to men, but you guys really can easily be like, hey, come do this. It'll feel great. And you're like, okay. I think that's what happened here. I think she was like, hey, come do this. And he was like, okay, doesn't matter. I've been friends with that guy since 4th grade. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's all right. What's happening right here, right now, I can dip it in and yay for me. And then she goes and tells her story. And then we all get looked bad at because we don't necessarily just 100% believe a woman when she comes and makes that accusation because of crap like this. Like, ugh. Carmen, the tampon is gone. It's gone. Well, Carmen, you were here, so I had to say it nicely. The tampon is never returning. Thank you for the super chat. Gabby, thank you for the super chats. Yes, George, stop being so easily taken. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. It's not worth it. We are not worth it. Don't pay for it. Don't take the easy ones. Don't do it. I don't know how else to say it. Yes, Carmen. Dip it in. If she is lying about what actually happened, they obviously did it. This sets people who it actually happened to back. It makes it harder for them to be able to come forward and to actually take when it does actually happen to them because of things like this, which then makes it harder for them to be believed. And it's awful. Stop it. Damn it, George. Yeah, it's funny, George, but it's true. You guys are just like, oh. It has huge consequences. And you know what? I was thinking when he was telling his details of it, when he was like, I was trying to get out of there before. Can you imagine if she would have gotten pregnant at that point in time? Then what's she going to do? It's like she supposedly just had this miscarriage, didn't go to the doctor about it. Then this happens. You know? I mean, come on. There was huge risk there that I don't think she was even thinking of. I think she was just mad. Oh, Lord. Yay, it's Friday. Wait, where's Chrissy? Where is Chrissy? We're talking about, you guys are over there. We're talking about curtains made of meat, to say it nicely. Boobs, because boobs always are in the chat. I mean, I think you guys missed it when the detective said, the detective or Dylan said something about, so she allowed you to, he said something, banger, and liquor. I was like, what? Okay. He said, yeah, he did not ignore one. He got the left and the right. So Carmen, you can be happy about that. They were all taken care of. She did. She missed a good one. Oh, Lord. Okay. I have to actually venture out into the world outside of my house. So there's that. I mean, I would be content to not venture out at all for the next few days, but I'm going to. I have to. Carmen, I blame you. Oh, it was loads of fun. Was it, George? Was it loads of fun? I gotcha. I got you for once. Probably didn't. You probably were like, I got it. Oh, well. All right, you guys. Have a great weekend. George, I know you're already into your weekend. As always, do something fun, be safe, and don't make me stream your trial. It's what I'm telling you, to make good choices, because I will stream your trial if you make bad ones. I gotta have something to do. I am not a boomer. I boomered nothing today. I got it. I'm good. Yes, and Karma's correct. Do not stick things where they don't go. Men especially, don't do it. Don't do it. Women are awful sometimes. We're horrible. All right. See you all on Monday, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Have a great one. And I'll see you then. Bye.